Okay, good morning. I'd like to call this regular meeting of council to order August 26, 2025, 9 a.m. Town Hall, Council Chambers. We are broadcasting live on the Town of St. Mary's YouTube channel. The Council for the Town of St. Mary's acknowledges with gratitude and respect we are gathering on the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee, people of the Longhouse, giving thanks for all creation. I'll begin this morning by asking for declarations of pecuniary interest. Start with Councillor Craigmile.
None.
Councillor Luna.
None.
Councillor Lucas.
None.
Councillor Pridham.
Yes, I will declare potential pecuniary interest on DEV 24-2025, application for zoning amendment for 11 Kane and 16 Hillside Court as a realtor. This development may cause a pecuniary interest. Because of this, I will limit my participation to topics with common interest with the constituents, such as infrastructure, traffic, parking, attainable, affordable housing, and I will not vote on this development.
Okay, thank you. Will you please file a note with the clerk? Thank you. Councillor Aylward?
None.
And I have none. Okay, the agenda is circulated. Are there any questions, comments, or problems with the agenda? Okay, I will say that things will be a little different today. I'll ask for some latitude from council. We're going to kind of bounce around given a few things. First and foremost, statutorily, we have to have the public meeting at 1 o'clock. So in case there's anyone in the public comes, so we'll set that out at 1. Second of all, we have a couple delegations. Mr. Kittmer has asked if we could pay a visit to 14 Church across the street. So while we won't adjourn the meeting, we'll pick up and move over there as well. He'll give some opening remarks, and then he'll give council a chance to have a look at the facility as our consultants who are here with us today talk a bit about the space. And then if we could just limit our comments till we get back in chambers so the public could see them and we can have a better discussion of the report and so forth. So while I apologize for some of the layout, we are going to bounce around a bit. We'll make sure everyone sort of keeps up if council's okay with that. Patience-wise, just for expediency, there's a lot on the agenda today, but also just to make things flow a little simpler, we may have a few breaks here to catch up and so forth. Is everyone okay with that and understand? I'll clearly try and state as best I can as we go through, but we are going to bounce around again depending on who's available for delegations and so forth. Today's meeting is a little bit different because we've tried to compress what normally would be a strategic priorities with a council meeting. So again, if council will please give me some latitude, we will bounce around a bit on the agenda depending on time. Is everyone okay with that? Any questions? Okay, so then I'll ask that the August 26, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be accepted as presented. Someone willing to move that? Councillor Pridham, seconded by Councillor Aylward. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. All right, as I said before, public input, I've received nothing. I'll check with the clerk. Was there anything submitted to the clerk's office? No, so we have nothing as far as public input. So as I had said before, I'll maybe turn it over to Mr. Kittmer if he could just sort of explain a little bit about how the morning will begin and sort of the vision of the presentation of 14 Church, please.
So thank you, Your Worship. So this morning, Council will be starting with item 8.2 on the agenda, which is Staff Report Admin 40, the Downtown Service Location Review. So I'm pleased to present to Council what we consider to be our master plan for 14 Church Street. The Downtown Service Location Review is a project that began in 2023, and I won't belabor you with going through all of the history. It's well documented in my report, and much of it is repeat that you've seen before. But we want to have everything consolidated in one space because it'll help us create a more formalized master plan as we move forward. But today we're pleased to present to you what we believe are all of the milestones of the project. So Council had asked us to determine how we felt 14 Church Street would be used, to develop a concept design plan, to develop a draft estimate for the capital costs, and then recently Council added the development of a concept operating plan. So we do plan to go through each of those in sequence today. But what we found at the committee level was understanding what the true vision for the building is before we start talking about conceptual layouts and how the building is going to be used is an important factor. So with me today, I have a number of the programming staff who would use this building if it was available tomorrow, and I believe they do an excellent job of explaining what their vision of the use of the building is. The plan is for them to just briefly explain to you if the building was available tomorrow, how would they use the building? And then as the mayor mentioned, we'd like to go across the street so that you can then just walk the space. We've painted out the conceptual layout as best we can on the ground. Again, it's easier than looking at a piece of paper to understand the vision and then walk the physical space. Please, if you have any sort of burning questions, do feel free to ask them, and I'll make best notes so that I can report back when we get into the live stream. But what I would really prefer is that we just can have all of our deliberation on that concept plan here. So when we get back, I'll turn it over to our consultants. So with us today, we have Angela Braham, who was a project manager hired in November, as well as Mike Holt from A-Link Architecture. So Mike is, between them, they'll explain the layout, and Mike's here for any sort of building related questions. Mr. Holt will then also go through the capital cost estimate in terms of renovating the interior, and staff can help you with the additional costs that we've put in place. And then we will go through the operating side of it, so the conceptual programming schedule we'd have for day one and some of the assumptions we've made, as well as that draft operating budget that we've put together, and I can explain some of the nuances of it as well. So I'd like to start with that tour of 14 Church Street. But I said before that, we'll invite each of the staff up to explain what their vision is for the building. So I believe we're going to start with Sarah. And Sarah, you can just use this desk. I think it's probably easier.
Good morning, Council. From the libraries and adult learning's perspective, I wanted to just give you a little bit of a theoretical approach that we consider when we are thinking about programming in the existing building and when we move across the street. And I found a report that I felt really captured what drives the library and adult learning to offer programs as a delivery tool to the community. The U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, has issued an advisory warning for a very pernicious health risk, and that is loneliness. More than half of American adults are lonely, and that jumps among minoritized populations, 76% of Hispanic adults and 68% of Black adults. I feel this is quite relevant to the Canadian population as well, and it's definitely something that we are starting to see more and more in our library here in St. Mary's. Older adults are considered the most affected, but young adults between 18 and 24 are twice as likely to be lonely as seniors 55 plus. We could consider the programming space across the street to be the friendship center for older youth, as well as for the whole community. Loneliness is physically crippling, and figuratively, it's as deadly as having 6 alcoholic drinks a day and smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It's dangerous at the individual level, but it's also dangerous at the community level. When we are less invested in one another, we are more susceptible to polarization and less able to pull together to face challenges as a community. Therefore, libraries and any space that's used for programming for the community can really be considered public health. According to the CDC, social isolation, which contributes to loneliness, is a lack of social connections, and loneliness is the feeling of being alone, regardless of the amount of social interactions. With the smaller living spaces and the rise of condo living in our town, nationally and internationally, third spaces like the library, 14 Church, and the PRC are even more vital to provide a rich and satisfying lifestyle to our residents. The many program offerings from the library are activities that can build the very relationships that public health experts say we need to cultivate and lead healthy and connected lives. Third spaces in our communities, like the library, the museum, and the PRC, provide spaces where people can make what are called weak ties, so different than family relationships, and social connections with people such as neighbors, classmates, and community members. These social connections are what people need to combat loneliness. In fact, they are an essential part of individual well-being. This is such a concern for communities that the City of Toronto has just decided to expand their library hours at all 100 of their branches to 7 days a week to meet this need. Creative expression also leads to community connection and can generate the physiological and psychological conditions that weaken the grip of loneliness on an individual. Among members of Gen Z, which are aged 18 to 24 currently, they're the first generation that's younger than Google, and nearly 8 out of 10 people are reporting loneliness. The library will use the space across the street to host programs in these spaces, offer fun and inclusive programs for a wide range of patrons, and offer opportunities to socialize, experience, learn, and engage. We would be moving across the street all of our card games, our board games, our family story times, our makerspace opportunities, and grow those as well, but also be providing the community with just space to be together and spend time together. Included in the calendar that was in the council package, you saw the whole range of things we are proposing to do first day, but I wanted to underscore this concept of why we do it in the first place. It's to experience and have fun, but it's also that social connection. So I hope that's helpful to set the tone for the rest of my colleagues as we chat about how we'll use the space across the street.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
So I'd first like to say that I 100% echo everything that Sarah says, and I see that daily in the Friendship Center. There's a lot of new population in St. Mary's. There's a lot of people that are moving from different communities, and every day I see connections where people who are transplants, everybody's a transplant if you weren't born here, right? Transplants making connections in the community. So much so that newcomers are establishing relationships with other people in the community, and they are becoming their caregivers sometimes, their support systems, they're teaching each other. It's amazing. I look at the programs, regardless of age, how they impact people's mental health. And I'm gonna give an example. So a few years ago, this was really my first kind of like, aha, that's it. Programming supports people's mental health. We had a Meals on Wheels client, and she called us every day. She struggled with all sorts of chronic health issues and mental health issues, and she called every day that she got a meal. And I was on the phone with her probably for 30 minutes every day, talking about the quality of the meal, the way the meal wasn't delivered properly, a whole plethora of reasons, but we were on the phone for a long time. And I knew I wasn't her only call. She was calling other places in St. Mary's as well. She was brought into the Friendship Center by a family services worker, and she was introduced to programming in the Friendship Center. She started to do a chair yoga program, and she started to establish connections and relationships within her community. And as she became more familiar with her community, my phone calls stopped. Not to begin, not right away. Maybe it was 30 minutes, it bumped down to 20, and then eventually it was connections that we had face-to-face instead of over the phone every single day. It was my meal was great today. And that was, to me, I was like, aha, that's it. We need more programming for people because it supports their well-being in the community. That was kind of wasn't planning on saying that, but it clicked when Sarah said it. So when I was asked more recently about if the Senior Services Department would utilize space in 14 Church Street, I was like, yep, 100%. You build it, we'll be there 100%. I can think of at least 3 programs today that if that space were open, we'd be in there programming because we need the space. We're seeing lots of growth in our programs. We're actually going through an exercise right now where we're rejigging our schedule to try and figure out how we're going to accommodate that growth. In our fitness programs, people are coming in at a level 1 fitness, and now they're like a level 3 because we're making them stronger and healthier and well. And that's the whole intent of those programs, is to defer things from our healthcare system by providing community programs. So right away, I can think of 3 programs that I would put in that space. The Friendship Center is well utilized. We see lots of growth. We're currently looking at off-site locations for different program development. We currently offer 8 satellite locations in and around St. Mary's and provide a variety of programs at those locations. What makes 14 Church Street attractive as a satellite location for the Friendship Center is that it's on track to become a hub. When I look around the table at my colleagues here and hear the programming opportunities that they potentially will bring to this space, it removes barriers for people trying to access programs. The Friendship Center, I think it's awesome. To be honest with you, we see lots of, well, of course I think it's awesome, I work there, right? But we have 50 plus, but we also see younger generations as well. But there is a lot of stigma associated with walking through the doors of the Friendship Center. I think of that myself. Took a lot for my parents to come into the center because they consider it an older person's center. But if you come and you experience the Friendship Center, age is not there. So these people party harder than I do, I can tell you that much. So it does remove the stigma associated with walking through the doors. It's a great space to be able to program in. I would see the programs that we bring to the table in this space being programs that fit the space. So meaning don't build it for this, we will build programs for that. It's attractive because I look around and I see 2 apartment complexes that are full of people who probably could access programs that aren't because either transportation is a barrier for them, or finances are a barrier for them, or making friendships are hard. And I would see that that's an attractive location for those individuals perhaps, or people who are utilizing the downtown space regularly to access these programs. The concept of 14 Church is very timely. I think it's a great opportunity to grow community resources, support groups, should we need them in the future. Caregivers are the fastest growing population in St. Mary's. I see that. We are encouraging people to age in place, age in their homes, and the services that we're providing them are supporting them to do that, but we also need to be supporting the caregivers that are making that possible. So lots of potential for growth. I would see it an asset. Any questions? Okay.
Thanks, Jenny. Much appreciated.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to share with you how I feel Early On would be a great fit for the 14 Church Street project. So I was happy to be brought into this project as I'm excited to see what kind of community hub would look like for the residents of the town of St. Mary's within the downtown core. So when I started to envision how childcare might be connected to this, I immediately thought of our Early On programs. So for those that are not aware, Early On programs are an initiative by the Ontario provincial government. They offer free information, programs, and services to all parents and caregivers with children birth to 6 years of age. These programs are high quality, they're inclusive, they're welcoming spaces where qualified ECEs help families and caregivers make personal connections and access to network of resources. They find support, get advice, and they have the opportunity to share experiences, feel supported, and engage in exploration and play. So Early On programs are accessible. They are open at various hours of the day, even through evenings and weekends as well. Early On programs help parents and children create lasting relationships and connections within their communities and provide children with the opportunity to create and explore while providing families with parenting support so that the whole family's health and well-being is supported. So currently right now in the town of St. Mary's, our Early On programs are primarily operated out of the PRC. We do have some satellite programs in different areas of town. Operating satellite programs is vital to connecting with our residents in all areas of town and gives equal opportunity for participation. One of our satellite programs that we currently have is a play and read that we do at the library. So due to how amazing our Early On staff, Jess and Rebecca, are, the program continues to grow and grow and grow in attendance. So we are starting to outgrow the space that we have Wednesday mornings at the library. I think moving the play and read over to 14 Church Street would allow more space to accommodate the growing demand of the program while still keeping the program in the downtown core. I also envision our baby time. So currently right now we have 2 baby time programs that are over at the PRC. I envision bringing one of them over to the 14 Church Street because the baby time program is geared to building connections and relationships as well as providing support and resources with moms who are experiencing those highs and lows of parenting. This the program is smaller in attendance. So once we go over there and you see the layout, The space that I envision us using, there's also like an open community space at the front, and I can just see, after the baby time program is over, some of those moms gathering in that space, still connecting, building those relationships. They're not ready to leave. They get an opportunity to see what other programs that are being offered in the space, as well as just like continuing to build those relationships with each other. There's no rush, program's over, you have to leave. It's a space where you can stay and still feel welcomed. As well, Early On offers different parenting courses and workshops, and I thought maybe if we moved them over to the 14 Church Street, it would help reach some families that would really benefit from that, but don't have the transportation to get over to the PRC. So it's limiting the kind of families that we can help accommodate if we don't have a satellite program like this in the downtown core. As well, every year, Early On staff, they try and be really new and innovative with their programming and utilizing different spaces around the town. And I think having a new location to utilize would be beneficial, especially one that has a variety of resources as well and services. Beyond Early On, I was considering the fact that childcare does professional development. Generally, we do 2 major professional developments a year, but we also do monthly staff meetings. And I was envisioning this one space that they have as a larger gathering space, because we have a lot of staff, there's 35 of us, having a nice space for the staff to be able to sit in comfortable adult chairs instead of having to sit in our small child chairs in our childcare center, but having a space that we can feel comfortable in, having a large screen, a nice presentation space, but also being close proximity to the childcare center if we're doing a broken up day where we're working in our classrooms and then also doing some presentations. So that proximity is really awesome for us. As well, I could see the maker space that is going to be in the 14 Church Street space could be a really cool space for our before and after school programs, or also our summer camps and our March break camps, just allowing the children to have a different opportunity to try different mediums of creative expression. It's close proximity, we can walk to it and walk back. I think the children will be really excited. We have done a few programs in the summertime with the library, where either the library has come to us or we've gone to the library, and that nice connection has been wonderful, and I think having a maker space, there's going to be more opportunity for children to be able to get involved. And maybe then they could go home and share these experiences with their kids or their families, and then that might bring the families in a little bit more as well. So having a welcoming space that services all ages is pretty exciting, and I think it would really benefit the residents of the town of St. Mary's.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to speak a little bit just to how I envision how the museum and cultural services could use this space. So top of mind is our seminar series. So we offer monthly seminars at the museum. We just launched these yesterday, but we've been getting calls for the past couple of weeks already, just asking, when is this being launched? Can I register? So unfortunately, they're competitive to get into. We're capped at 20 people, and that's just due to the fact that we're hosting them in our resource room. So most seminars have a wait list. If we can offer them a second time, we will, but that is kind of limited to whether the presenter is available a second time, and then we're also factoring in that these are supposed to be a revenue generator for the museum, so the additional staff time going into offering a second one is a factor. And then just the logistics of having them in our office space. So on seminar day at 3 p.m., we kind of stop work for the day and start pushing our desks out to the perimeter of the room and converting what is our workspace into a seminar presentation space. So it's quite disruptive to the staff that are working in that space as well. Which kind of brings me into my second point, which is our meeting or office space. So most of the workstations in the museum are open concept and completely accessible to the public, which is great from a customer service standpoint, but not so great when, say, you're working on a grant deadline or down to the wire on working on something that just requires more intensive focus, so say you're researching and writing exhibit content. And there's just this public expectation, I think, that even if we have someone designated to respond to the public, because we're all there and available, they expect all of us to be accessible to the public. I have an office with a door that closes, so occasionally I will move out into the public space and give up my office space for whoever needs that more private space for either a meeting or training or working on a deadline. The challenge with my office, though, is that the walls don't meet the ceiling. So it's really challenging to have private conversations in the museum. So having small bookable rooms at 14 Church Street, I really see a value there. For myself, being able to have, for example, performance meetings, things like that, that require more privacy, but also for staff that are either attending training or know they need just some dedicated focus time and could, for example, book a half day to just hammer out whatever they need to in terms of high focus work. My next point is regarding downtown tours. So we offer a number of downtown walking tours. And I used to start these in front of Town Hall, but found I was competing with the volume of truck traffic. So they now start at Lind Park, which I think is a great place to start them. It takes people to a little corner of downtown St. Mary's that they might not have discovered otherwise. One of the challenges, though, is often these tours, the groups I'm meeting, they're coming by tour bus and they're coming from a couple of hours away. So the first thing they want to do is visit a washroom when they arrive in St. Mary's. Jenny has very graciously allowed us to use the Friendship Center in the past, but it's, again, just a bit of a logistics challenge. The tour bus rolls up to the Friendship Center, everyone has to get out, use the washroom, get back on the bus, and then drive downtown where we can start the official tour. So just given the number of washrooms that are being proposed for 14 Church, I could see that really being a value for starting and concluding tours. Given the proposed AV equipment in the space, I could see kind of doing a 5-minute welcome to St. Mary's PowerPoint before we hit the road. And then we do a number of walking tours with school groups where there's then like a hands-on follow-up component. So having a bookable space for some of those field trips I could see being of value as well. The fourth use I envision for the space is traveling exhibits. So we try to bring in as many traveling exhibits as we can, but unfortunately, just due to the constraints of operating out of an 1850s house, we're limited in what we can exhibit. So we've successfully brought in a couple of traveling exhibits. One required me to pry our door frames off in order to get the exhibit into our spaces. And then we're just limited by square footage and wall space. So last year we hosted the A Legacy of Hope exhibit for National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We made it work in the museum, but it was tight. I think if there was kind of a blank canvas in a community space, it would be great for the town to be able to host exhibits for special events like that. And then finally, the maker space. So we have some pieces of fairly large exhibit fabrication material or equipment, such as a dry mount press. It is about 3 feet by 3 feet, and it's essential to our exhibit fabrication, but we only need it maybe 6 days of the year. So on those 6 days, we are basically blacking out our research appointments, bringing that equipment up into what is the research space, and just focusing on exhibit fabrication. I have chatted with Sarah that these are pieces that I think there's a community benefit there. So for example, we do some exhibit fabrication for the Baseball Hall of Fame every year. So if our equipment were to become part of the maker space, we could still access it without having to disrupt museum operations, but then there's a greater community benefit there in that other members of the public could access it as well. So those are kind of the 5 more, I guess everyone else just had such wonderful comments on community benefit, and I feel like mine are very selfish and logistics focused on the museum, but those are kind of the 5 points I had jotted down in terms of how I could envision the museum and cultural services using the space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Good morning. So from tourism and economic development, ours is less about programming necessarily. It is kind of that if you build it, we will use it scenario. But I see this space as being a real economic driver for our downtown. I think anytime you have spaces that are bringing people downtown, it's beneficial for the restaurants and the shops and services that we have there. So I see this as being a really, just hearing all of the groups that would potentially be using this space and how that could benefit those who operate downtown is really exciting. I think that the space itself is really interesting, and I'm excited that we are going to embark on this project. It's not something you often see in a rural community, so I think we're really ahead of the curve there with operating a space such as this for our community, but also visitors. I think it's going to be a great space for our tourists to interact with locals, to see a little bit about what we offer here for our community. I think it will be a space they will visit for washroom facilities, but also for visitor information, which we intend to have there. I do, from an events perspective, we have had several discussions about some of the things we would be able to host in there, such as we've often spoke about having small movie festivals or themed months for kind of that unique small town movie theater idea. And I would love to see us be able to host some of those things there in partnership with the BIA through their campaigns they do through the month of February, or in those months where we're not necessarily drawing people into downtown and things are a little bit less active. I think we could potentially use those spaces to add to our event component and have some of those smaller activities within those spaces. I could see some partnerships with some of the other events, such as the Stratford Movie Festival that they run, where we offer some of those programs as well. I also think that the BIA, in conversation with the BIA, they're really excited about the potential of having some of their meetings downtown again and utilizing the space for either some of their working group meetings, but also potentially having some of their BIA meetings back in the downtown by utilizing this space. So I know they're excited about it. I've had conversations with the Small Business Center, and one of the things that they've expressed as a want from the business community and startups is that opportunity to not make a large investment in a space and instead have pop-up opportunities for trying out their product or what they want to potentially sell within our market. We saw that this year at Heritage Festival, where we did have a business who is from a larger city looking to kind of move their store to somewhere else, and they tested out the market in St. Mary's for 3 days using one of our empty spaces downtown, which was quite successful. So I think that pop-up idea where potentially we could utilize a space for a short time could be beneficial for what the Small Business Center has been working on, as well as to potentially draw investment into our downtown to some of our spaces. So those are some of the ways that I think that we would utilize it. Also meeting spaces for places like the Small Business Center and Perth Community Futures, who do business in St. Mary's, but generally work from a remote working environment now. So having those meeting spaces will be useful to be able to set them up with clients in our region. So I think there's lots of potential from many ways that we could use it with the BIA and from our events side of things. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Kelly.
So I guess, Council, before we go over, I think I just want to quickly conclude by saying I think for the better part of the last year, you've challenged me to help you understand what 14 Church Street could be and to develop a vision. I think what you've heard the staff describe today is really a building that I'm terming as a multi-generational community hub that's going to serve people of all walks of life in our community. You've heard that we're bursting at the seams, that we need space, that we want and do our best to increase access and remove barriers. And then I think I've always had this question of, Brent, if it was built, like we need to understand whether or not it's going to be busy. I think based on what you've heard the staff describe today, just from our own uses internally, If we had this space today, it would be busy every day. But what we haven't spoken about is that other component that Angela will get into in a little bit of time is the community's use of it, because there is part of that vision that community groups are going to come in and use it as well. And there's been a significant amount of interest from community groups in coming and either running their own programs there or having their own meetings there. That I think I can assure you that if this was available today, it would be a bustling community hub, exactly what we'd want in our community to help build that sense of community and pride, and especially in our downtown. So now, I would like to take you over the space, and so you kind of have that vision in mind, and we'll do our best. I think if we can confine it to around 15 or 20 minutes, that'll kind of keep us on track with the meeting time. And if there are questions, I encourage you to ask them, and we'll just try and do our best to reiterate them as we go through some of the discussion here. As I said before, any of the really hard deliberation and difficult discussion, I think it's better to have back in chambers when we have the live stream going. So I think Grant's going to head over and open up the building for us. So I think, if you don't mind, Your Worship, we'll head over now.
Okay, any questions about what's going to happen here? Are we good? Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll reconvene. And for council's purposes, we're now moving on the agenda to page 117 with regards to the report about 114 Church. And if we flip a little further, there's a presentation. We have two guests with us today. We have Angela Braham and Mike Holt, who are here to talk about what they have found in terms of the space and some of the research in terms of future uses. I'll turn the floor over to you, please.
Yeah, after I tell you. Good morning. So I hope you were all, excited and inspired by the visit, and I want to thank you to the staff who gave a really nice synopsis of how they would use the building starting tomorrow if it was available. I've created just a little, on the next page, just a little synopsis of some of the highlights or the milestones that we've accomplished over the last couple of years, with the most recent being the Doors Open visit on August 9th. We had well over 350 people visit that day. Sorry, I'm just going through this quickly. Yeah, we had 360 individuals that we counted that came and visited Doors Open on August 9th. There was a number, it was busy. There was periods that was just busy and it was impossible to track everybody. I heard Councillor Craig Mile this morning saying that he noticed that there's a lot of tourists that came to visit council chambers, and I think we found the same thing. We probably had more 2/3 local, 1/3 tourists. There was just a lot of interest from the community about the space and the possibilities that it presents. We decided, because we were just hearing so much good feedback, and we hadn't really thought about that beforehand, that we started collecting, asking people to fill out little Post-it notes if they wish to kind of give us their feedback, and I'll go through those in a moment. But the feedback was, I've done a lot of community cultural things in the past, and the community was just, the comments were overwhelmingly positive. People could just envision using the space now. Everything from a number of independent business people who are working from home mostly, who just could see using the spaces upstairs to just get away from the kids, to do a Zoom meeting, or to just, get a few minutes of, quiet time, kind of like Amy staff would during the day. The theater company the theater company upstairs, a number of the theater people came over, and they saw the possibilities in using the open spaces for small readings, for things that don't really fit a typical stage environment, but you want to engage the community. And then just independent theater and film people that were coming through and talking about how there is a need for places for independent screenings, for film nights, for independent theater, dance performances. The community, the ideas were generated from the community of how to use the space was just so inspiring and uplifting. I've sort of believed in this project since I got involved. I'm a big believer in community spaces and cultural spaces, and if you have them, people find all kinds of uses. I know when I was at the different galleries I've been running, the amount of people that come to you because you've got creative, interesting space and want to use it that you can't even imagine initially. So I think we really saw that that day. It was just, I think the only slightly negative comment we heard all day was why there was a post in the middle of the elevator. So everything else was just incredibly engaging, positive. They liked the light coming through. People just felt inspired, and I think that's what you want in your community. You want the community to feel inspired and uplifted, and a place where they can come together. You had women that were talking about, this would be such a great place to just come and sit and chat. Not everybody wants to go to a coffee shop all the time. Or you pick up your coffee and you come here. Or, like they're saying this morning that, after a program, instead of being sort of rushed out of the library because other things are going on, you've got a place to linger and hang out and watch the kids or just visit on your own. So I think it's a space that's needed. I think it's a space that's inspiring the community. And having visited the PRC and the library on multiple occasions, I was in the library not that long ago, and it was like bursting at the seams. Like every seat was taken. There was an activity going on. We're outgrowing the spaces that we have in the community. So a space like this definitely adds to the quality of life, the community enjoyment, and all the sort of social indicators that the staffs gave you this morning. So I wanted to show you that it's not just like us telling you that people were positive. These were some of the feedback that we actually received from people that were willing to actually put it in writing. People are excited. People can't wait to see the space. Like, you know, the idea that there'd be awesome art here, terrific plans. Like, there was just little, you know, hearts. You know, the young student came in, a high school student who would like to see it like filled with youth art at some point. You know, so it was just generating so many positive, creative, inspirational, community-generated ideas that I think was just really uplifting for all of us. And I think shows the value of this project. I mean, I think that, you know, personally, I mean, it's not my money that's going into this necessarily, but I think every dollar we spend for community development pays off. Like, and I think even like, we're saying that tourism, like if you've got something like this in the downtown, it helps all the businesses, helps everybody in the community. So I think that the feedback we heard from Doors Open certainly confirms anything that we've been talking about at an internal level, and made it just sort of come alive. So just sort of like you all had a chance to go over there. So just like walking you through the space again, I mean, the whole concept is that it's going to be, as you saw, natural, light-filled, open concept, multi-purpose spaces. The two main public gallery spaces, public gathering spaces on when you walk in on your left, and those are going to be multi-purpose for all kinds of things, the uses that the staff has talked about, and also the community's just envisioning things to do there, and just a place to kind of hang out, because I think that what is needed is a place that community members can just sort of come and feel safe and feel welcome, and everybody does. The community labs, the two sound studios, and as Brent was explaining when we were over there, they're not, you know, recording studios as in there's going to be bands practicing there or playing there. It's for, we were living in a very tech world these days, and we're living online, and people need places to do podcasts and to take Zoom calls and to do those kind of things. So, and if somebody wanted to do small recordings, it's not like you can't do that, but it's not, they're not designed for having a band or something in there. The central reception area, so that we're greeting people as they come in. A lunchroom, kitchen, so it's designed not as a full catering kitchen, but a kitchen that if there's an event, you can stage some catering. You can, you know, have the staff in the building can have lunch there. So it would be a multi-purpose kitchen, but we're not proposing a full catering kitchen. Definitely storage for tables and chairs. Anyone who's done any event planning or has worked in community settings knows that there's never enough room for tables and chairs. We've planned that in, and there's going to be 4 restrooms in the building, or 4 restrooms on the main floor. Am I right? Yes. So yeah, so you've all had a chance to kind of go through that. I don't know if you want to sort of comment as we're going, or whether you want to kind of have a discussion after. Feelings, ideas? Okay, moving forward. And then you've got, this has got the old, when I did this, I had the old floor plans, which the larger sound studios, the sound studios won't be that large. They'll be what you saw mapped out on the floor right now, but this just gives you a general concept of how the space is going to be laid out. And Mike can speak. Do you want to speak to that now?
Yes.
Or, yeah.
Hey there, Mike Holtz, partner and architect with A-Link. So this is by the way, this is an amazing project. You can just tell from the amount of community support, the amount of staff support, Brent, Angela, like everyone that's been involved in this project, Grant. It's pretty rare you have a project across the street from Town Hall that's a heritage building that has so much opportunity and it's central. I mean, it's such an asset to the community here. And the fact that we went across the street and it's painted on the floor and you can envision the space, like it's incredible. Projects don't always happen this way, so thank you for including our firm. I want to speak to the outside maybe first, because this is an opportune time to talk about it. I didn't really have a chance to talk about it on site with everyone. There's so much opportunity to bring more light into the space and retaining the heritage charm of the building. You can tell the one side, the north side of the building was all bricked up. You can see from the floor plan, there's a double door right out of the maker space. That is the old heritage entrance. Obviously, it's offset now because when they did the renovation in the past, that's what they happened to decide to do. But there's so much opportunity to bring that heritage charm and back to the building and repair the windows, if you will, or restore the windows as well. So lots of light. Now, the challenge with this
building, obviously, it is a little bit landlocked on a couple sides where we can't have windows and we can't have exiting and access just due to grading, right? So we're maintaining the existing entrance, which we all walk through, and we're maintaining the existing exit, which is at the side of the building. And now we need to have 2 exits, which we happen to have, as well as we have this kind of bonus entrance now, potentially into the makerspace. So a lot of opportunity there. Again, keeping the heritage charm of the building. Building code forces us to have 2 exits just to do the size of the building. We can't get away with 1 exit stair, so we have to have 2 exit stair shafts. Those go all the way up, obviously, from the basement up to the 2nd floor, so you have a safe way to exit out of the building. The middle one, staircase right next to the elevator, we tried a lot of iterations of where to put this, because it makes sense. The stair that's at the north side that you exit into the laneway, that makes sense, right? Logically, you put a stair there. Where do you put this other stair? And we had it in the large space, number 10, we had it over there, but then you have to come through the heritage facade, problematic. We tried putting it at the far end, kind of where the construction stair is right now, but then again, you gotta come through because you have to exit out, right? So what we decided on is doing an exit through the lobby. So number 4 staircase, you exit into 2, which then you can go out of the vestibule. So building code allows us to do that. There was a question from Councillor Pridham about windows into the staircase. Of course, that is definitely possible. It's just a certain type of glass that you need to put in. But basically what we decided upon with all the iterations that we came up with is put the core elevator and the stairs, because really, we don't really want to have those on the outside of the building because they'll block light, and then bisect the plan into the large space on the left-hand side of the page, and then the makerspace studio spaces on the left-hand side. And we did that strategically because you could have multiple things happening in this building at the same time. You don't combine them together, and you get the biggest space possible and the most flexible amount of spaces possible by creating the largest space, number 10, on the left side. Obviously, the washrooms are at the back end of the building. There is some internal doors as well, which allow for, again, our fire separations and exiting, but it also gives you some privacy if you're going to the washrooms. You don't feel like you're going to the washrooms in a big open space. That's why they're tucked in that kind of back corridor. Again, the bonus of having, Angela's mentioned about having some kind of a servery, we'll call it, lunchroom, is super important for a space like this, for catering, for staging. It's kind of like the back of house, if you will, but no real cooking. And then 11 is the table and chair storage, which is sized to basically allow for the flexibility of number 10, where you're moving events in and out of the space. Maybe there's some comfortable seating at the front, and maybe there's no more flexible seating in the middle, depending on the event. But you want everything really, really flexible in a space like this, based off of all the comments that we've had from the wonderful stakeholders. And obviously, number 5, I kind of skipped over it, is the reception desk. When you come in, you should be greeted by somebody, ideally. But then there's space there for 2, so you could have a staff come over and use it almost like a Starbucks, where you sit down with your laptop and do some work. Or even in number 6, which is a computer lab, but you could have a staff person come over, make a call from there. Super flexible space, and getting a lot of opportunity as well in maintaining the heritage charm.
I think the one thing you will notice on this layout compared to the one you saw last time we came to council is that number 7 is the makerspace. So we moved the makerspace from upstairs to the main floor to keep the whole main floor public and animated, and also to eliminate the gallery. And we did that sort of strategically based on feedback, and also the fact that we do have another gallery at the station right now. The need for 2 galleries in the town at this point did not seem to be a high priority, as opposed to having flexible space for the community to use, and also having the makerspace on the main level so that it is sort of part of this whole animated public space, and also so that in practicality, so that whoever's at, even though the makerspace will be staffed by library staff, having kind of eyes on the space from whoever's at the reception desk to sort of see who's coming and going in the space, rather than having it sort of tucked up upstairs where it's kind of on its own. Any questions on the ground floor before we move on? And we can always come back to all of this. Okay. The second floor, again, the idea is to, as you saw even right now, without the windows put into the one side and the windows painted black on the other side, there still is a fair amount of natural light in the space. The idea is to keep the ceiling height so the girders will be exposed. More light will come into the space. And again, we tried to incorporate it as much as multi-use and light-filled spaces as we can. The adult learning lab adult learning will be there. There'll be a digital lab next to it, which will be for their use, but also for community use. Right now, they're doing more one-on-one, which they'll be using the meeting rooms primarily, but the idea is that there is a digital lab for, in the event that that sort of programming does take that sort of turn again, or just for the community use at large. As Brent said earlier, the study spaces and small meeting rooms can be used by the community now, as well as hot desks for anybody, whether they're in the city or without, and with the idea that at some point they have been designed to be sort of separate from the space in their own kind of wing, so that if they become municipal use in the future, it sort of still incorporates public use, but also privacy for municipal offices. And I think that was the one thing that sort of, and I'm speaking for Brent and myself, but I think that surprised us the most at Open Doors is that people were already sort of going, oh my God, I love the meeting spaces. Like that is such a great thing, and that's something that's so needed in town. There is the Her Collab space, but that is just for women. It's a membership-based program. So if you just need space on an occasional basis, that's not available to you. So something like that is needed, and more people are using those kind of spaces now. And then the other thing we learned is which we'll, when we look at the floor plan, the large meeting space at the number 31, which is going to be, it was designed as an open concept meeting space, and again, with hopefully light coming through the windows, through glass walls into that space. The thing we heard repeatedly on Open Doors, which was an idea that came back at some of the initial community consultation phases, and we had sort of eliminated through the process, was the idea of more of a theater space, something that could be not like a dedicated black box, but something that could be used as a theater space, as a poetry reading space, as potentially a gallery or a temporary exhibition space. But I mean, the space is large enough that it can go either way. I mean, those are kind of design finishing details as we get down the process. But the idea that we do have this large dedicated space for multi-purpose that could be just meeting space and be bright and light filled, or it could be designed so that the space is still the same footprint, but it could be used as a temporary theater, film screening, gallery, whatever down the road. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So we all know where the elevators and stairs are now because I explained those on the first floor, so you can see how they come up through the building. So around the core, again, we have washrooms. It makes sense. We have 2 here. So again, 4 downstairs. One of them is universally accessible, so it's a fully accessible barrier-free washroom. And then we have 3 unisex downstairs, or gender neutral, so anyone can use. We find that obviously that's the most flexible for washrooms. Anyone can use them. It's just like the washroom in your house. And then upstairs, we have a barrier-free washroom, which is 33. So again, accessibility is key, right? We have an elevator. We have to provide accessibility to all 3 floors. So we want to make sure we have an accessible washroom on the 2nd floor. And then we have another washroom next to it as well. So that kind of creates the core along with 32, which is a storage room. As you come out of the elevator, and really the main stair, 21, as you come up and circulate through the space, you're kind of met with this upper lobby, it's 22. Again, there's opportunity for seating. It's an informal place to meet people. We have opportunity for light, again, coming in, so you can imagine that space quite beautiful. And then again, the trusses, right? You have this amazing asset with this beautiful heritage detailing, so showing those off as you come in. So ideally, the trusses are on the lobby side, as we've shown there in the dash lines. That's what those represent. So at least we can kind of show them off as you come upstairs. And then again, the plan's bisected into really the purple spaces, and we'll call it the pink-green spaces. So offices on the one side, meetings on that side as well. But there's a lot of opportunity and flexibility where, on both sides of it, where if you're renting the space out, or if you're just booking for a meeting, or if you're using it for staff space in the future, again, it's just super, super flexible. And the green spaces were kind of the adult learning, we'll call it. So some offices, again, meeting. But again, if those are not really permanent spaces that are needed, you can imagine that would be just one big open space. There was a comment or a question, I guess, from Brent that I should speak to about phasing the project, right? Because obviously, this is all well and good, but we'll talk about the budget. And so sometimes you have to make hard decisions of what to include and what not to include. So things that you definitely want to include right away in any kind of a building is life safety. So can people exit out of it properly? Is the fire separations in place? Do we have accessibility? Ideally, you would right away, right? So you put the shaft in, put the elevator in, or the lift in if you want to go with something a bit cheaper. Washrooms, of course, you want to have those. Some of these internal spaces, so you could imagine like if we just envision the purple space with all the offices, yes, you could build all those right away. Or you could say, you know what, it's just gonna be one big open space with furniture that people can book with like cubicles. That's a downgraded option, but definitely there is opportunity to phase the project. Again, the question is, do you invest all in it now and get it complete so it's operational so you don't have to come back and renovate it in the future, which will cost you more, or do you piece it out because of the budget? So there's definitely opportunity to phase a project like this. You just got to be prudent in what you select.
Okay, so moving on to the basement. I don't know how many of you actually went down to the basement today. It's basically carved into mechanical building use kind of spaces, and then 2 large storage rooms, one for Friends of the Library, which they're incredibly excited about. And I think Brent had a quote from Friends of the Library in his report. They were just, I mean, they were, the day of doors open, they were just so thrilled and excited that they've been included in the process. But also it was nice that somebody actually took the time to write a note to reiterate that. And then again, there'll be a universal washroom down there. So if we look at the floor plan, you can see that B4 is all sort of building mechanical space. Again, you've got the elevators, all the sort of building access things. And then B6 and B5 are the 2 storage rooms. So B6 is dedicated to the library. They wanted, I mean, their sort of thing was that they wanted access to the elevator, which we've given them there. And then B5 is sort of general storage that can be used for various staff building uses, staff uses. I know that, you know, tourism is storing all their event things in the basement of the station. And I don't know how many of you have looked at the stairs to go down to the station, down to where they have to access material. None of us would want to do that. I mean, it's dark, it's damp, it's almost inaccessible during the winter. So having clean, dry, bright storage spaces for your staff is a real plus. Turn over to you.
I think you've covered it all in the basement.
Okay, so we'll move to the sort of staffing and
Angela, I just have one question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Back to the second floor, 30 and 29, you have to, if you're having a meeting in 29 and people need to access the adult learning, they have to go through that meeting room. Is there a way around that, or is that going to be an issue?
Yeah, go for it.
They're designed in combination with each other. That's the intent. So you have the adult learning offices are in 30, and then really the classroom space, if you will, is 29. That is the intent. That's the intent. Exact same size as 29. And obviously 27, 28 would have windows. It just depends. Again, the flexibility of the plan is we have these various sizes of rooms that fit various numbers of people. So it really depends what type of meeting you're going to have, because if it's even a one-on-one meeting, maybe you don't even rent the 24, right? So a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, and I think the thought was that, I mean, right now, adult learning has a classroom and a staff office. So kind of keeping with that floor plan, but also making it so that the community could use it. I think if somebody was booking a meeting during the day and it could be inconvenient for adult learning to have to go through that space. But the idea is that this building will also go beyond just regular office hours, so that somebody could, you know, the Poetry Circle could have their board meeting there or something after hours. So it would, and then also adult learning, you know, there are hours that they work around. So like right now, there's one day a week that they're in Stratford. So, you know, again, it's about programming the space. So if we knew that they're not using their office on Wednesday afternoons, then that makes the meeting space available to whoever. So yeah, I mean, we did sort of try and look at how can we, you know, make it so that maybe that space is accessible without adult learning have to go through. And those are all things that, you know, as this project develops, if we, you know, had to change doorways down the road, it can happen, right? This is kind of an initial concept programming plan as how we see things used if magically this building was built tomorrow, right?
Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. space number 31, it's really interesting and nice to hear that the community likes the space for hosting theater type, entertainment type events. So that would change the plan that we see here, because right now we're looking at tables and chairs, and it would have to be some other configuration for seating, that sort of thing. Is there a storage area for, I see 32 is storage, but to accommodate tables? Because the change of use would mean a slightly different plan, wouldn't it? For
I mean, I would imagine that we're not, am I on? Yeah.
Yes.
I imagine we're not going, it's not going to be theater-style seating, like we're not going to be putting rack seating in it. And a lot of these are, it's sort of like a architectural, like we're putting tables and chairs in there just as an example. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be tables and chairs there. I think a lot of, if early on's using it, they probably don't want tables and chairs, they want mats on the floor, right? So there's a small, there's the storage room, if you went upstairs and looked at it on the floor, is actually a pretty good, it's a decent size. It's not as big as the one downstairs. Again, I think any of us have, managed buildings. It's amazing if you've got chairs that stack and tables that fold, it's amazing what you can get in a little storage room. And then there's also the elevators. So if we did need to move things, up and downstairs, it's sort of, do we want to have a large storage room on every floor? Or do we want to have public space? And so I think the idea was that, yes, it might be a little inconvenient occasionally to be moving like furniture downstairs to the storage, but the benefit is that you're getting a large open space that's flexible and you can use for multiple purposes. So, and again, that's something that we're, as we go down the road, if it sort of becomes an idea that we do want to make this into more of a theater gallery space, then, we'd have to plan accordingly, right?
Thank you. Yes, exactly. We have to plan accordingly. That's why I'm presenting this now. The multi-purpose room is described as multi-purpose, so maybe we should expand on that to say kind of that entertainment, incorporating the entertainment, or darkening the space, not that it's a dark room, but just darkening the space for that as we're looking at moving forward.
So yeah, it's a fantastic comment, and that's why it is at the back of the building, the back corner, right? So downstairs, you're dovetailing between the downstairs bright, open, big space with the kitchen. That's kind of your main space, if you will, and this is the secondary main space upstairs, and it's definitely a different feeling because there is no natural windows, or I guess exterior that has a window that allows into 31. So they will feel different as well, to your point. So great comment.
And I think also that, we had sort of thought that we're going to go for multi-purpose over like a dedicated dark theater space. And then when we were at Doors Open, which was after these plans were done. Yeah. And we weren't going to get Mike to redo the plans. So I think that, yeah, those comments came up after. So, but it was interesting how overwhelming that there was feedback for the need for some sort of community space that can be used for theaters and like small theatrical things and film and stuff from the community.
I guess my point is that has to be passed through council, so I like the idea. And so, yeah, because that multipurpose space should be slightly changed.
Okay, any further questions from council at this point? Councilor Craig Mell had one.
Yes, it's not nearly as much as a question. I guess I'd like to say that during council meetings previously, I've been a little vocal and said, when is this coming to council with? Council should be making some decision on something, but I believe when I saw the plans, I have to say the Downtown Service Review Committee did an excellent job. So I'll have to hold back on some things I said previously because I see a lot here. It's what we kind of need, but there's a lot of flexibility, and that's what I'm kind of really in tune with. So I think somewhere in this report, I would have liked to seen a lot of residents put a lot of time in this. The name should be there for the Downtown Service Review Committee, I think, to give some credit where credit is due. So I just thought I would mention that, but I think when we get into the cost, that's where we're all going to be, there is great plans, but then how are you going to get it over the finish line? That's key. So I'll let you carry on, but I just wanted to say that I think the committee did a great job.
And I think that I can't see it here. And I also want to sort of say how much work the committee did a great job, but also the staff has been incredible and amazing to work with and really flexible and coming up with, Grant and his team were fantastic in, problem solving and creatively coming up with ways to make some of these things work, dovetailing on the work that Mike and his team did. So I think a lot of recognition needs to go to your staff as well, because they really embraced this project and really took time to think about it creatively, practically, from all aspects, from a costing perspective, like a operation perspective, but also how it's going to work for the community.
Okay, yeah. Brent, yeah.
I'll stand here because I'm going to be part of this conversation. So I think kind of our vision for today is we want to capture everything that's capital related first. So now you've seen your layout and how we would build it. So we're going to talk about cost next. And then once we finish that, the capital cost side of it, we'll get into the operating plan, which is the programming plan that you've seen that we've assumed would be day one, as well as those operating costs. So I'm going to turn over to Mike because when you look at the report, the capital costs are really split up into three different areas or four different areas. So there's a cost to complete the interior renovations, which Mike and A-Link have provided a Class D estimate for. So we'll have Mike review that. There are still other external and structural elements that need to be repaired. So that was generated by your staff, so we can speak to that. And then I'll just talk a little bit about ideas on how we might fund it. So Mike, I'll turn it over to you first just to go through your Class D estimate.
Thank you, Brent. Is there any way to zoom in? My eyes are really bad. Sorry. If it's a PDF, if you hit Control+, it might zoom in on it for me. Sorry. So while that's getting loaded up, again, this is a snapshot of time. What we were hired as a firm, obviously, is to work with Brent and Angela about figuring out what is the best use for the space, and then translating that all into the plans, which we spoke to obviously today. Now, this is a snapshot in time of, really it's just schematic design is what we call it in the industry. And at the end of that, we did a Class D cost estimate, because it's great to do a design, but then you got to know what the cost is before you go further, invest further time. So these are not blueprint drawings. We're not going out for permit with these. Obviously, there's potential changes as well based off of community and feedback from council. So just keep that in mind. This is purely a snapshot of time and really a high level, high level cost estimate. So the way this is broken out, if you just scroll up just a slight little bit, it shows the square footage at the top. If you just go up, there we go, keep going. There we go, okay. So give or take, gross floor area of your building is 3,500 per floor, right? So you got a 10,500 square foot building, plus or minus, right? And so again, these was kind of the caveat of everything is based off of the drawings that we presented. It's a high level estimate so we do not have any engineering sub-consultants at this point. A project of this magnitude, we would, if this proceeds, which definitely would need more drawings and analysis and work, we'd have to hire engineers as sub-consultants. So we would need a mechanical electrical engineer for the surfaces, as well as a structural engineer for obviously the structural components of the building. So we don't know any of that right now. This is very, very, very high level. Just keep that in mind. What we really base the costs on at this level, and knowing what we know, is based off of other interior renovation projects. So it's really a square footage cost in the end, broken down into its components for use for transparency. But it's based off of a lot of the other work that we were doing as a firm, because that's the metric. Next steps, because this is all well and good, but what do we do? I just keep it right there, it's perfect. The next part of the project after schematic design, just in architecture speak, there's design development, which is figuring out all the actual systems of the building. Like, are we going to insulate the exterior of the building from the interior? How do we do that? What is that kind of level of detailing? Hiring the engineers, having their input on this. All that imports information to the cost of the project. That's design development, figuring out the systems and the approach. Construction drawings then follow. That's basically your blueprint drawings in kind of layman's terms, and that creates the permit drawings for the project as well as the tender drawings. What we recommend is, in a lot of projects that we do with municipalities, is we go through this level, exactly what we've done right now, then we work on the next couple phases, and then we do a Class B cost estimate, and we actually have a third-party cost consultant do that. Because we have this estimate, and that's well and good, but then we're gonna do more work. And so the work and the cost always have to be speaking to each other, if you will. And so that is our recommended approach. That's all outlined in the top of this chart. If you go up a little bit now, I'll just get through the chart very quickly. So high level, you're looking at, give or take, 2 million, we'll just say, ballpark. It's about a 1.8 million once you add the kind of the metrics of about 180 bucks a square foot. But that gets broken out into items. So the building shell itself, again, it's intact. This estimate, again, the caveats are at the bottom because we're looking at interior only. Should you replace the windows? Yes. Should you put in new windows? Yes. Should you reinstate, in my opinion, should you reinstate the other entrance, the heritage entrance? Yes, those all cost money. Those aren't in here because, again, those solutions are not a part of this scope that we were hired to do. Could it be moving forward? Yes, of course it can, because we do a lot of heritage buildings. But so we got about 60 grand right now. That's for the entrance and doors into the building, really the interior only. When you get into the building interiors, obviously that's the bulk of your cost. This is interior renovation. The biggest cost of all of those really is the partitions, which includes glazing, which includes doors and all that. It's a very high level linear square footage taken off of the building plan. And then obviously our exit stairs, which you have 2 of them. And then you have an elevator and shaft and pit, and that's another cost. That estimate's based off a holeless hydraulic elevator. That's what we would recommend for this project. Could you go with a LULA, limited use, limited access lift, which is a different type of lift and definitely more cost effective but slower? You could. So again, there's opportunity in what we decide to do in the end to affect the cost. Finishes, again, it's a square footage cost, so 80K. This finishes, we backed out the basement, except really the washroom and the corridor areas because they're kind of minimal, but obviously everything downstairs really is storage and mechanical, so we don't envision a lot of finishes in there, so that's not an overarching square footage cost. Again, the lower end finishes, if we can retain some of the existing and not really worry about painting or et cetera, there's opportunity to make that number come down or go up if you want to make it really high-end looking. So there is, again, there's a lot of variables at this point. Millwork is pretty minor. There's a reception desk. There's the kitchenette. So that's kind of what we indicated for millwork. Everything else really is kind of furnishings at that point, which we do separate costs. Mechanical and electrical, because we don't have an engineer at this point to inform these costs, are purely just a metric based off of, again, recent projects. So 14% mechanical, what does that mean? It's plumbing. It's basically fire protection and heating and ventilation, air conditioning, and the controls for the systems. That's what mechanical is. Electrical, obviously, is power, lighting, any kind of other systems as well. Again, high level estimate. Well, we're looking at projects, it's about, give or take, about 20% of the construction cost gets eaten up, we find, by those 2 divisions, mechanical, electrical, so hence 14%, 6%. Site work, there is none, unless we decide to add site work to the project, but in this case, it's purely just interiors at this point, so we didn't include anything for that, but it's definitely a line item on there. Ancillary work, there's a little bit of demolition, so as we spoke about on the site, we have to potentially create some new openings into the floor, for the stairs and modify the structure that's there, which is all doable. So there's a little bit of cost there for demo. So that's all really the hard costs, what we call it in industry. It doesn't include furnishings, doesn't include permits, doesn't include fees, et cetera. Like all those are separate items which are on the next list. The next chunk, so 7, 8, and 9, well, so we'll just say 7 and 8, excuse me, is really about the contractor. Again, because it's a public project, we envision it's a CCDC2 construction contract. So you would go out and to bids, to GCs to get their bids. Again, that's a competitive advantage to the municipality because everyone would be bidding on it. And in theory, the low bidder wins if they meet the qualifications. So again, it's competitive. So at this stage in time, we put a 10% on it. And then a 5% for the overhead and profit markup from GC, because what we're seeing right now is about 15, it can range from 13, it can range from 18%. So we kind of went with the median in this case, because again, it's a high estimate at this point. there's a lot of unknowns as I'm kind of speaking to the project. That's 9, pricing and contingency and design contingency. Again, this is a snapshot in time. As we go forward, you want to make sure you have a contingency to kind of act as a buffer. So that 9% there really is acting as a buffer at this point. So your subtotal, as I mentioned at the start, is 1.8 million. Now, you're not building this year, and so we've thrown a contingency of 3%. That's really just an estimate based off of 2026 construction start time. If you imagine if everything goes well with financing and all that, and in theory you could maybe start constructing in the new year, we'll put 3% on it. But definitely there's something there. It's not zero. The price of construction does go up. And then lastly is 11, which is a construction contingency. So recommended for all projects that we work on, especially renovations, but even new builds. You always want to carry a construction contingency. So that's post-contract. So that is a price that you'd want to carry. And usually we recommend 10%. So that's what we've carried in this case. And that's basically for any specific changes that could arise during construction, which definitely happen. So once you add all that up, the bottom line of hard construction costs is 2 million, just a shade over that. Obviously, HST and taxes additional, so I've included that as a calc at the bottom as well for you all, so 2.3. Again, it may seem high, but based off of renovations, and we're doing a lot of work in the office and this similar style of work, those are the metrics that we're basing it off of. But again, it's a snapshot in time. Can you do it cheaper? For sure. And then could you phase the project to make it cheaper? For sure. But in this case, we want to at least give you a master plan, a roadmap for where the building could go in the future. If you want to scroll down a little bit more. So this is just basically some exclusions. I put in some allowances as placeholders as well. This kind of leads into the soft costs, I think, on the next page. If you want to go to, hopefully page 2 is visible. There we go. So hard costs we kind of covered, right? 2.3 million when you add the taxes. There's other fees and costs that you should be aware of. There's consultant fees, so you would need an architect. A-Link would be great, but you probably need to find an architect and engineers and other consultants depending on the work. Again, this is purely a placeholder. If this project goes forward, you would actually get a fee proposal for this. So I threw like a 10% on that, actually 9% on it. At this point, there's a lot of unknowns, but I wanted to put them on a list so Brent was aware of other things that could come up. So I've excluded the costs, but there are items that could be a part of the project. So disbursements and reimbursable expenses. Typically, when you hire a consultant, they would say whether it's included or not, like traveling and all that kind of stuff and printing and all that. Typically for us, it's included in our cost. I've excluded in this as a 0 for now. Project management fees, so it depends if the municipality is going to be the project manager for this that hires the consultants, or if you hire a separate project manager, similar to Angela, to run the project for the municipality. So I've excluded it because I don't know, it's an unknown. Independent testing inspection, that's definitely a requirement for construction. We recommend carrying at least something because you want to test the concrete, you want to test the rebar, you want to have someone coming in during construction to provide testing reporting. So there's definitely a value, so I put 15K at that. Then there's a bunch of other exclusions because they're really unknowns and to be determined. Again, it's a municipal project, so permit fees, development charges, do those apply? Maybe not. Is there any other things like legal and operational expenses, which I believe Brent might be talking about? So again, I put it as excluded in my spreadsheet. And is there any financing costs? And then as well as excluded, just to be clear, so on the drawings again, all the furniture is dashed, and it's dashed for a reason. It's dashed really just to tell you the scale of the building, because then you kind of realize, oh, that room can hold 6 or 8 people, right? But those are excluded at this moment. Are you bringing furniture over? Are you buying new? Those are all questions yet to be answered. Kitchen equipment, what type of kitchen equipment? So those are excluded right now, and any kind of like specific type of signage as well. So, but all those could be a part of a project. So I wanted to get them on a list for people to think about. The other big one is AV and communications and security systems. You probably want to have all of those right now, but at this level, there is no engineering consultant to sort of dovetail or to push that forward. So right now I've excluded, but definitely it's an item to keep track of and include in your overall budget moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, and then, Council, I'll do my best. So on page 128, I have a small summary chart. So, you know, Mike's done an excellent job of explaining what A-Link has priced out and how they've qualified it. So if you think of just the $2.06 million and all of those contingencies being related to the interior renovations, we still do know there's other work that needs to be done in terms of exterior. So what staff have tried to do is we've tried to provide you with what we think is a safe budget at this point in the project. So it still is, we still are at conceptual phase, and we still have many things we'll have to find through the construction process. But based on what we know today, what we'd recommend is that there's around $830,000 in additional exterior and structural work. And this includes a roof replacement. So the roof replacement's actually not due today. It was replaced in 2018. We're forecasting it'll be needed to be done again in 2033. But we've carried $175,000 for the roof just based on current prices today. To reconstitute the old window openings and to replace the existing, Grant and his team have actually already been doing the research, because we were going to propose this in the capital budget for next year, kind of fitting that theme of working on shell work. We're expecting that to be around $500,000 to $600,000. And the last thing that the building needs is a proper stormwater outlet. So you'll see the rain leaders coming out the north side of the building. To get that water properly away from the foundation, we'd like to do a project in combination with the library to help waterproof their basement. The shared cost of that project is $110,000. In his presentation, Mike talked a little bit about furnishings, AV, and then the consulting. Based on other similar projects we've done recently, what we're recommending is carrying around $800,000 total for all of those three things. And that should, and we believe that should be sufficient today. And then just again, to be safe, we've put a contingency on top of all of this. So in some senses, we're putting a contingency on top of a contingency, but carrying around 10% for $370,000. So that brings you to a total today of $4.06 million to complete the building. The question has always been, how do we fund it? So Mr. Moran was kind enough to put his mind to this and give me some advice before he left. So of that $4 million, we can fund 1.07 through development charges. So our last development charges study contemplated this project, and 1.07 is set away. So now you've reduced your cost to $3 million. We fully expect that the balance would have to be debted out. And so based on taking on that debt, what Mr. Moran had calculated was that our debt servicing cost would be around $150,000. So if you start thinking about how do you strategically fund this, if you wanted to do it tomorrow or in 2 years from now, one of his recommendations is that if you know you're going to take on that debt, start planning for it today and phase it in. So you could put $75,000 in the budget in 2026 or 2027, and then the additional in the next year to build yourself up to that $150,000 a year you need to service the debt, so that the point in time you take on the debt, it's already in the tax base and you don't actually even feel it on the tax base. So that's a very strategic way to do it. The other way that we've always talked about is we know the PRC debt's coming off in a couple of years. You could take on this project at the same time that debt comes off, and you just trade debt for debt. The only small wrinkle in that plan is that we've always, in our asset management approach, we've always said when debt comes off, we direct it into our capital reserve to start funding our infrastructure deficit. So you'd have to think about that, about you're taking on $150,000 in new debt, you could use some of the PRC debt to fund that, but then you still need to top up your asset management reserve. The other thing that I've spoken about a lot in this report is the opportunity for grant funding. Now, I admitted this to one of the counselors when we were over at the building. I wrote this well before my holidays under the assumption that Mike's cost estimate wasn't going to come in where it was at. I was actually anticipating it to be a little bit more. So that was my way to soften it to say, if we really didn't like the capital cost, like if it started to become $6 or $7 or $8 million, then you just pause and wait and try and go and get grants from either level of government, because as a community hub, this is really well positioned for that. However, at $4 million, I think you have the opportunity now to think about when you want to do this. I think you could go ahead and do it without grants, knowing that you fund it through debt and development charges at a very, in my mind, small debt servicing cost that we can phase in that impact over the next couple of years. But we've always said this in municipalities, and municipalities have made this mistake for years, and this is why we have infrastructure deficits. It's really easy to build something, but then you have to operate it, and there's that cost as well. So That was the other part of this project that you challenged us to do. So I encourage you to ask any of the questions you have about these capital costs. Once you're finished with that, Angela will walk you through the, she's got a draft programming plan as well as we have a draft staffing plan that would match that. And I can explain to you how we came up with some of the operating costs as well.
Okay, so questions from council with regards to the capital costs, as per Mr. Kipner's report? Councilor Luna?
Thank you, Richard. So 4 million to complete the building from this point on, correct? I'm just trying to, how much have we got in the building right now?
Yep. So we have spent $874,000 roughly to date on the structural repairs, and we purchased it for $250,000 and waived around $40,000 in taxes. So we have just a little over $1 million into the building already.
So 5 million,
5 million-ish all in.
Councilor Pridham?
Thank you, through your worship. How long does it take to apply for grants and receive information if we've, received it?
It can take some time. So as of today, I'm not aware that the government's pushing any specific grants that would fit this building. However, before both elections, community hubs was a key theme of their grant funding programs. This project is so unique and interesting. It's one that where we want to put our package together and just start talking to our MP and our MPP about the fact that we have it, all the benefits that it's going to have that the staff had articulated, and see if they have money that they'd want to contribute. Because oftentimes, if there's an interesting project like this, the province and the federal government will find money. But I would think, you're looking at a good year to get our package together. It won't take that long because it's all here, but then to start that advocacy process, because as much as our government moves slow, the federal and the provincial government moves slower.
This is a tough question, but it's always going to come up about capital costs in terms of phasing. For example, realistically, and again, it's all ballpark and theoretical, realistically, what would be the savings? Because obviously the top floor to me looks quite flexible in terms of usability and space and so forth. But I know from construction problems, and maybe Grant wants to chime in, maybe Grant can chime in as well, in terms of what would be the real savings or advantage to that?
Yeah, so I think you would save, I think Mike said it almost perfectly. You would save money today to pay more in the future, because construction costs only do one thing, they only go up. So it would cost as much to finish it today, $180 a square foot, but in 3 or 4 years from now, construction prices usually go up, sometimes around 8% per year, so you're gonna inflate that every year. From the staff perspective, we put our opinion in here that we wouldn't recommend phasing it just for the simple fact that all of a sudden you're shutting down the building to make it a construction site again. So all of that good work you've done in building the programming plan and getting patronage and having people use the building, it's just like the pool. All of a sudden we'd be shutting it down for a period of time to do renovations. Then we just have to go back out and rebuild all of that programming, all of that patronage again. So you would save money on your initial project, but I think it would cost you more in the long term.
Something else that came up too in terms of cost, because it'll come up again, is the difference in elevators between a lift and an elevator. To me, I don't see any real savings there in terms of usability, but could that be significant or no?
Yeah, it's a minor difference in the end. Elevators would cost you more. A whole host of hydraulic elevators would recommend just for ease of access and speed and maintenance. Lulas typically we use limited use, limited access, so you don't want to have them on a certain height. In our case, this could work. We can look at it. Again, this is all very high level at this point. We are not really into design development at this stage. Yeah, but basically I used a higher end cost because this is what we're looking for at this point, right?
But the savings not significant between the different?
No, in the end, you still got to pay for the shaft. You still got to, it's yeah.
Councilor Craigmile?
Yeah, and there's a good chance that, I don't know enough about the weight capacity, but Friends of the Library loading up,
Yeah, there is weight capacity.
Yeah.
So if you're putting books on here, tables and chairs, then to your point, you wouldn't do that. You would put it on the look.
Further questions with regards to Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. Just, I guess, more on grants. If the exterior windows and that sort of thing were something that we move forward with, and because those things I think would have to be done first, maybe
So you,
probably, and then continue with the approach for grants before it comes back for another wave of approvals for interior.
so that you can do the windows one of two ways. We could put them in the capital budget next year and fund them from our general capital reserve, and then the work's just done. And then when you bid the project, you're really just bidding interior work only. If we choose to fund those ourselves, they'd be outside of the grant envelope because grants typically don't fund work that's already been completed to date. So then you just have this other, really a smaller scale of project that you'd then be going to ask for funding for. And again, what grant programs always look like is they don't ever want you to ask for the full amount. I always think it's better to ask for 50% or less because you're more likely to get it if you're showing you're prepared to fund it. And we can already show that. We can already show that we've thought about this. It's partially a growth-related project, so we have $1 million in a bit set aside in DCs, and then we'd be prepared to fund. We've already funded a significant amount of costs on our own, and we're prepared to fund a significant amount more. Personally, I'd be wanting to be asking for anywhere from $1 million to $1.5 million for this project, and that would make me really happy if we were to get that. But again, your council, it's your decision. If we've made a significantly compelling case today and you think we need it tomorrow, I think we've shown a way that we can do it and do it very strategically without grant funding as well.
Councilor Craigmillan?
Thank you, Worship. Has there been any thought into a community capital campaign?
No, at this point in the project, we haven't thought of that, no. And the only thing I would offer is that, maybe a hub like this would be fine for that. It's something like the PRC. It's easy for the community to see it. This one might be a harder sell because it probably looks more like a building the municipality should just offer. But again, we will never turn away the donation, I'll put it that way.
Mike, did you want to add something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the windows as well. So there's, it's not as simple as taking the windows out and putting new ones in. So as I mentioned with a few of the councilors when we were standing in the space, the building is uninsulated. So it really needs to be looked at holistically, the whole facade of the building. And then if you're putting new windows in, how those tie into the interior. Right now, you don't have any insulation, you don't have an air barrier. So there's some building science trickiness, I would say, that have to be addressed. And then ideally the windows tie to that. So it's not as simple as remove and replace. So just keep that in mind as well when you're doing your budgeting. Thanks.
Okay, anything further on capital costs? Councilor Lucas?
Sorry, I'm just gonna, thank you through the mayor, just to beat up on this grant a little bit more. If we as a council decide that's what we want to do and we start heading down that path, does that preclude us then from the grant process or no? As long, because you had just said if we've already done work, they're not going to grant it. So I guess that's my question is, are we cutting off our nose to spite our face to push this forward?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. Like it depends on what work you do. Like if we were to say move forward, hire an architect and an engineer, and bid it, like any of the work up until the point where we get the grant would not be qualified. But if we wait just a small period of time and put together this nice package, it doesn't preclude us. So like Mike said, like Grant and I have talked a lot about does that window project go in next year? And based on Mike's comments, I'm starting to hear that it probably is best to just do this as one package because it has to be thought of holistically. You just have to think of any work you do from now going forward, you just deduct off the total budget we would make a presentation for, and it just might affect the total amount we get. So, and even though there isn't a grant program, there are other local municipalities looking at community hubs, and just through our own connections, like we've heard that the province has set aside money for projects like those, even though there's not a grant program, as long as those municipalities come forward. So if they're willing to give money to other local communities in a community hub, even not under an advertised program, I think we can go and still make our ask. It doesn't, there's no shame in asking.
Right. Okay, anything further? Okay, Angela, please.
Okay, so if we look at the staffing programmatic plan, so what we've tried to do here is look at how can we make the building as accessible and usable as possible, and what kind of hours would that look like? And that's sort of where we started. And we looked at the library here, we looked at libraries in other communities, and how their kind of community hubs and libraries and spaces are being used. And we kind of came up with a proposal to have it open like Monday to Thursday from, I need my glasses, sorry. Thought I was gonna do this, but no. Monday to Thursday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. So it's giving you morning hours for people that are home with their kids, and also some after-school and evening hours for the community to use it in a variety of different ways. Friday nights typically are not big community space, like programmed drop-in community space. They're not usually attractive for that. So we sort of thought we'd limit hours to be 10 to 6 on Fridays, with the idea that if somebody wanted to do a movie series or something, the building could be open for special events, but just not public drop-in hours. Saturdays, again, are a funny thing. So we've kind of limited to 10 to 2, which is kind of when these kind of spaces are used mostly. I mean, that's sort of something that could grow as the programs develop. I mean, some places are active all day Saturday. People do errands in the morning and then want to do stuff with their kids in the afternoon. It's sort of one of those things that you'd have to sort of grow into and figure out as you're going. But we thought to start with, these are kind of the basic hours that would serve the community in a really robust way, and also not be terribly taxing in terms of staff time. Most of the programs would be staffed by existing staff departments. They would be staffing programs as they do them, so just sort of shifting staff from one area to another. But we are sort of suggesting that there is a front desk visitor service component. So somebody that actually is in the building while public hours are there to greet people, to serve as tourism information, to monitor the building, to act as security, light maintenance, all that kind of stuff, making sure that, garbage is not piling up at the front door. So to do that, and to meet the hours that we've projected, we're proposing that it'd be like 1 FTE staff at 35 hours a week, 1 part-time equivalent at 22 hours a week. So that could be 1 person, it could be 2 people. Another part-time person that would work Fridays and Saturdays, so another 9 hours a week, which is a total of 66 hours per week of additional staff time. So that would be probably a new staff position that would have to be formed to, if you wanted to have the building monitored, have it welcome, accessible for the proposed hours. The Makerspace Computer Lab would be open 10:30 for drop-in, 10:30 to 5:30, Monday to Friday, Saturdays from 10 to 2, and that would be staffed by existing library personnel. So Sarah's figured out a plan that she would do that with existing staff, just reallocating them from the main branch to over there. So there's no, right now, additional staff cost. If she needed additional staff, she's looking at getting grants or other methods of staffing that. So we're not looking at additional staff for the Makerspace Computers Lab at this time. Programs occurring outside community hours, we staff by the program organizer. So if early on wanted to be in there before 10 a.m., they would staff it by their person, unlock the door, have a key fob, whatever. Same with if somebody wanted to do a film night, or Amy was doing a museum program, she would staff that in the evening with her staff. So not adding extra municipal staff to that. The additional municipal staff person would be really for the public drop-in hours, which would be, Monday to Saturday. Addition to the programs you heard today, we have met with and heard from a number of community groups. So Station Gallery can see using the Makerspace for classes, workshops, those kind of things, potentially lectures or programs in the community space. The Poetry Circle is definitely interested in holding meetings there and doing events. St. Mary's Community Players, same thing. They would seek using the community space for non-theatrical or non-sort of stage type programming they do. The BIA members, when we met with them, were enthusiastically supportive. They would love to have their meetings downtown as opposed to holding them somewhere else. And also just see that there could be potential programming that could happen in this space. And I think the thing we got out of the BIA is that in addition to their use of the space, it's just another really great thing for downtown to get people, another reason to come downtown, another thing for downtown to be proud of. So in addition to all the sort of programs that we've heard, I've also heard from the which is just escaped me, the arts group, Stonetown Arts. They want to keep some of their programs still at Riverwalk Commons, but they see that the makerspace and studio and other space would be definitely beneficial to their use. So the more groups we've been reaching out to and talking to, the more interest there is in using the space. And these non-municipal programs we'd have to figure out a way to, do we give them, specialized key fobs or codes that they can get in for their programs and run the space, or is it going to have to be something that is municipally staffed? I think that, if you've got partners there and the building is secured in a way that if you're doing a lecture program, you give somebody a key access code. The fobs are so advanced these days that you can actually give somebody a code for 2 hours. It's not going to work. It's going to lock after 10 o'clock at night and they can't use it again. So I think that there's a way to encourage the community to use it, get the community to use it without incurring additional staffing or staffing costs. And so then what we've done is we challenged the staff to come up with, if this was open tomorrow, how would they see using it? And when you look at the schedule on the next page, the proposed plan, you can see that it's pretty heavily used just by municipal staff in existing programs that are expanding, let alone having the community, community use scheduled in here, or just time for drop-ins. So I think by looking at how it would be used today, and programs continue to grow, and so if we're looking at 2 years down the road, there's probably going to be even more demand for programs. There's no question that the space will be very actively used, and with some opportunities for slight revenue generation. I mean, I don't think you have to give it to the different community groups for free. I think people are used to paying for space. They're not used to paying market rent for space, but they're used to paying something wherever they go. So I think there is, some minor cost recovery in working with community groups. So you can see from the ground floor plan that it's, between library, early on, seniors programs, that's going to be used. I mean, every day there's a lot of activity happening. Same thing when you look at the second floor plan, not so much. There is a bit more open spaces in there, which then again allows for community use. We haven't, programmed all the meeting spaces, but the, major multipurpose space is pretty well used, and that's not including things like the poetry group or community players. So I think the overview is that if the space was open tomorrow, you would have a really active, engaged, animated community space that both the municipal staff and programs would use, but also that the community would embrace and welcome. I mean, we've got a lot of flexible, exciting spaces for people to use in multiple ways, and I think that's what this project does, is it is a project that inspires your community and makes it, improves quality of life and makes it a better place to live. And, going back to Sarah's opening comments, loneliness and disenfranchisement is a big deal. And places like this give people a place to come. And I think you're being, having worked with a number of different communities, mostly on the cultural side, but what you're doing is really innovative and forward-thinking. And that is a comment we kept hearing from people that aren't from St. Mary's that came on to Doors Open, is how they wish that their community was doing something like this, and congratulating the foresight and the imagination of this council and this town to be doing a project like this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over.
And I'll just be very brief. So that's the programming plan, but again, how are we going to pay for it has always been the question. So on page 125, what I've tried to do is summarize, again, a day one operating budget for 14 Church. But I do have to admit, it's heavily qualified. To come up with a programming plan or an operating schedule, we have to make a significant amount of assumptions, because we're trying to project into the future, say 5 or 6 or 7 years, and things could be very different at that point in time. So some of the base level assumptions we've already covered, in that to make our lives easy, we just assumed that the building would be operated at the same hours as the library. I think that was the easiest assumption to make, just for us to start pricing it out. but your hours of operation have a significant impact on your cost. So we've made that assumption with the full understanding that when the building's open, it could change. You could add more hours or you could reduce your hours. But being open that number of hours, what we do know we have to have in the building, as Angela has described, is that reception desk. And that's really your net new position and one of your net drivers of your cost. As Angela described, most of the programming, it'll just be a replication of programming staff from where they are today over into the building. But to staff the reception, it's around 66 hours per week. And the annual cost we're projecting is around $112,000. So again, when I talk about your hours of operation really being a key variable to your cost, that's your cost. If you reduce your hours by 10%, that cost will go down 10%. If you increase your hours, it'll go up 10%. There is an opportunity there to be strategic. I'm not, we always hear about volunteerism and the fact that volunteerism is declining. And actually an interesting trend that we're seeing in our community, because we have young retirees coming in, is Jenny has described to us through the process that she gets retirees and people interested in volunteering for the corporation actually in a work role. So this could be a really good spot for it to have a person volunteer a certain amount of hours per week, probably not at the busiest times of the building, probably not the most critical times of the building because you'd want your staff there. But again, you could use volunteerism to offset this cost. In this cost projection, one thing we haven't factored in is revenue in any way. So Angela talked about some nominal revenue generating, but we haven't taken that off the top because we don't know what that potential is. We don't know if Council of the Day will set fees for it or not. So we haven't assumed that it'll be there, but there certainly is a chance. The next key component of your operating costs is just your typical hard facilities costs, so heat, hydro, janitorial, insurance, maintenance, all of those good things. We use Town Hall as an example because Town Hall is around the same size as 14 Church Street. So Grant and his team, using Town Hall's costs, did a bit of an extrapolation to come up with around $100,000 a year of operating costs. We would hope that we would do a little bit better because the cost to heat this building and keep this building cool are slightly higher than a modern building just because of insulation and things like that. But again, I think that gives you a pretty safe estimate. And that last component is what I talked about under capital costs. Because we are very strategic in our asset management, we do have to have an asset management contribution to reflect the future costs of the building. The thing is that on day one, there shouldn't be asset management related costs to that building because you'll have a new roof, you'll have a new foundation, you have all these new things, so you don't need to replace anything right away. So what we need to do is put that away for the future. On the initial, first say 10 or 15 years, the $150,000 would go to debt servicing because that's how you do it. And then once the debt servicing is done, you put that into reserve, and that's how you pay for those future replacement costs. So those three key costs combined, based on the assumptions that we've made, would result in an operating cost of around $362,000. So I think, Your Worship, that is all the material that staff had wanted to present to Council today. That really concludes and comprises what we believe is our master plan for 14 Church Street. So again, now we're happy to take any other questions you have, and then we're just looking for Council in your resolution to either adopt the master plan, adopt it with some changes that you would lay out for us, or refer it back to us for a rework if you have some significant concerns.
Okay, thank you. There's a lot there, so just want to know any general questions. Councillor Luna.
Thank you, Worship. So if everything falls into place, council approves, financing is there, what kind of a time frame are we looking at? I heard you say 5 to 7 years. Like, we're not talking about that, are we?
It's all based on your decision, in my mind.
Well, I know, but
so if you, let's say there was an alternate reality where today you said, we love this project so much, we approve you to proceed to start seeking out, in the 2026 budget, we want to see the architectural design and to get this project to a point where it's final design and bid ready by the end of 2026. That process probably takes about a year, I think, Mike, and then you could bid this project in 2027 at some point.
You're talking about like from design to development, construction drawings, tender? Yeah, say well, say a year. Much shorter than that.
Yeah, so say worst case scenario, you'd have a year of design, and then it's probably a year to a year and a half build. Maybe a year?
Probably a year. It depends on the complexity of the waterproof, which you mentioned, with fluidity and the windows and all that kind of fun stuff, and the roof. And also depends on the timeline when you tender. If you want to tender, ideally, if you're pouring concrete outside, you want to start that in the spring. You don't want to start it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess if you approved it today, we could open the building in 2027 at some point.
You could start construction in 2026 if you wanted, because construction drawings, in theory, could start remaining this year and then tender in the new year. Ideally, you tender in February, would be fantastic, because then you're getting 2026 prices. That would be the ideal scenario.
Yeah. And so I'll explain my statement of why I keep saying like 3 to 4 to 5 years. I'm just working from a frame of reference and an assumption that the council's going to want us to go out and seek out grants, that you're probably going to want us to be slightly strategic and line things up with debt coming off and new debt coming on. So I've just been always trying to have a very safe message when people from the public speak to me that, you know, this is a beautiful project. It's a great use for our community. There's a lot of vision there, but it's not necessarily going to be immediate because it's going to take some time. There's the practical realities of time and being just, you know, designing it and constructing it. Then we just, from a financing perspective, we probably want to take some time to think about how we're going to do it. But again, practically speaking, like there's 2 years to 2.5 years left in the project to open it.
Further questions? Councillor Elwood?
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to ask, you had mentioned kind of for after-hours usage, the potential of key fobs or something like that. I had kind of gotten like a lukewarm idea of that kind of thing from some staff beforehand. So I was just going to see if, Mr. Kimmer, could you speak to, is that something we would allow? Is like fobs for community groups or something, or?
I think we'd have to make that decision ourselves. I'd say we don't necessarily love having members of the public in our buildings without staff attending. So it's not common for us to have people in our buildings without a staff member there. One of the exceptions being, of course, you know, community players this year, generally outside hours doing work in the theater. But again, if it's something that is attractive and we see a use, as Angela said, there are now technological ways to make sure that from the staff level, we could probably feel as protected as we could.
So I was thinking there's probably some genuine value to those outside of daytime hours, just especially because we've talked about parking before, and we already don't really have like a hard set solution for such a thing. So some of your larger groups may well want to meet later so that you're completely ducking, you know, the big parking rush during the day. So, yeah, worth considering.
Okay, further, Councillor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. So Brent, on page 125, where you put those little table with the costs. If you're thinking that the cost annually is in that 360 range, it's still going to be another 150 carrying charge?
No. So through your worship, the 150 carrying charge is included in that 360.
So if it's a 20-year thing, then you're not putting anything in the asset management plan for 20 years?
No, you wouldn't, no.
Oh, okay.
But again, like when Mr. Moran was looking at this beforehand, he thought, just given the amount, like he did all of his analysis on a 10 to 15-year debenture cycle, so that at 15 years is when you'd start contributing your $150,000 to the reserve, and then you would have, by about, you know, by 10 years, we know we're gonna have to do some work in the building. By 20 years, for certain, there'll be some significant thing we have to do.
So that annual cost going to the tax levy will probably be somewhere between 2.5% to 3% per household?
Yeah, based on what we see today, probably it'd be around 2%. Yeah.
And you're still spending a grand total of $5 million?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, I'll just keep on going. I mean, I've heard a lot today, and I'm enthused with the program, you know, and what the space is. And there's a lot of positive notes about, but I just think I need a little bit of time to be on Main Street to ask some questions, and I'm still a little bit thinking about, you know, if we're successful in a year and a half getting a grant, I'm not sure why we're not doing a capital campaign, because it's a community hub, and, you know, just to help out, because I do hear every time I talk to somebody about our tax levies. So it is concerning. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, further questions? I mean, we did a study a few years back from where I sit for the library, and there was no concrete acceptance or agreement on the terms. There's certainly strong feelings in the library to keep the Carnegie Library the way it is, but the reality is that a number of things identified in terms of programming for the library, we lack space. Anyone that saw, you know, the former Tales for Tots and Tripped Over Kids and all those type of things, our library is not set up for modern spaces. So the study and the programming, in my mind, identifies a lot of things And the reality being is that we've seen other uses. The numbers since COVID, and even in my time here, the numbers at the PRC are probably double when I started, and probably similar at the library. I mean, they're both busy places. So I think there's justification. We see it on a monthly basis in the council reports, how many people walk through the door and the demand for programming. We've also had somewhat of a conflict at the PRC in terms of how we use the building, in terms of whether it's, as recreation grows, it's pushed out other things that could happen there, not only revenue generating, but also community-based things because of the recreation demands. So if we go back to the library study, I mean, at that time, it was a somewhat optimistic construction. I'll use the word optimistic about the costs, and it came in around 5.8 million, if I remember correctly. So here we are with a structure in the community, and yes, it's hard to spend money, and yes, we have to concern the numbers of the tax base. But in terms of checking the boxes, many of the communities around us have built new libraries and abandoned Carnegie libraries, or built new spaces for programming at 2 and 3 times the cost of what we're looking at. That's the reality, and I can talk about Listowel, I can talk about Exeter, I can talk about communities that are not that far away. So in terms of checking the boxes and being strategic, council, yes, it's going to be some tough decisions, but in my mind, we can, like a lot of things we do, I'm hopeful that there's some government grants, and if there is, it's a bonus, and I think we could make this number a little bit less than what it is, because I think one of the things, and there's no critique of staff or the corporation, but the reality is we've never been successful at having a lot of things on the shelves to say this is here, and I think that's been one of our problems. We've done it a bit in terms of getting dribs and drabs for road programs and stuff, but we've never had a program where we said, okay, this is the package, we've chipped away with it, we need X to fill the void. And I think this is a strategic opportunity for us to get grants from both levels of government. They may not be large, but even if they were some, I think I could see us building into the cash flow and overcoming the hump. The reality is yes, some of the numbers are tough because we're looking at things that we hadn't looked at in the past. For example, when we built the PRC, there was zero allowance for asset management, and we're learning and we're doing assessments and catching up to that. So I think when we look at some of the numbers and say, oh, they're big numbers, but the reality is we're also looking down the road. There is the opportunity for some flexibility in terms of what our program, our financing program has been. I mean, there's some large numbers are coming up, and I think that if council is smart and willing to make a pitch and come up with a creative financing plan, I think there's lots of opportunity to check lots of the boxes. But also, I think it's important to keep in mind that the community has changed a lot, even in the last 10 years since I've been here, 11 years. And the reality is the demands and the numbers. Even if you were to go back, and I tried to do this a couple weeks ago, look at some of the early council reports in terms of numbers and program at the PRC to what they are today, sometimes they're double and triple. And what I hear, one of the outstanding things about this community is that we're innovative in our offering program and trying to build a sense of community. So yes, this is expensive, everything's expensive, but the reality is I think it would check a lot of boxes, and people that are squeezed into other spaces or unable to be more creative and free up space, because the reality is take a walk to the PRC or take a walk through the library, during the summertime when the kids are off and the kids program's on. There's lots of things that we could do better at by having this space. And in my mind, it checks a number of boxes. I mean, we bought the building with the idea that we're committed to the downtown economic growth, diversity, maintaining our heritage. We've done this before, long predating me in terms of buildings. The reality is I think we have a real opportunity to make a very reasonable investment for the future that I think that people can look back and say, man, that was smart because it's right in your backyard, and look at all the creative things that have come as a result of this. So the financing piece is, yes, there might be some tough decisions, some tough asks, and there might be cases where staff may not be happy for saying, hey, we're only going so far. But the reality is I think there's a real opportunity. And from what I've seen and heard, the community is really interested in what could become of the space. So what we're being asked today is not necessarily to commit to everything. It's just to commit to a plan of, okay, let's see if there are any grants, and let's see how we can figure this out to finance it to achieve the goals. And that's where I'm at with this project. Further comments? Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. Yes, I'm in favor of grants. I think that's very important. So getting it grant ready, I suppose, is the next step. My I sit on the library board as well, and the library board has been pushing for the addition to the building. And I really would like to have the security of knowing that the library board would be satisfied with that building, 14 Church Street being their next expansion, and not looking to expand the existing library on top of this investment of, $5 million. So I guess that would be maybe a question to bring back to the library board, and seeing if they're in favor of supporting that 14 Church Street as the next and probably only expansion for many, 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 many years as we invest in that building.
Councillor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just kind of to piggyback on that comment, I guess. I'm going to say, yeah. So I guess what I'll say is we can never really control satisfaction in any given group. I will say I think that this solves just about all of the issues that I've heard with the library's programming space and their storage in the basement. I think that this is a fantastic opportunity. To me, I am not concerned at all with what the library board feels as to if they need expansion or not with regards to this project. They did have a member that sat on the board as well as yourself sitting in both groups. So I have no real desire to get any further permission from the library board in this regard. I think that this is absolutely gangbusters for everything they are trying to achieve, and I will stop talking there.
Okay, further comments, questions? Councillor Lucas?
I'm just putting my 2 cents out there. I'm actually shocked at, like Brent was, at our capital costs. And I hope you guys are in the business, so I feel I'm comfortable with that. I think the project is awesome. Clearly there's a use for it at staff level. I'm excited for the project. I guess I just come back to the fact that a 2% annual increase, if that's what it's going to affect our tax base, that's a hard pill for me to swallow as a taxpayer in this town, outside of being a councillor, but somebody that pays taxes. So that 2%, when you bring it down to that level, it is a struggle. I want to be forward thinking, and I want to, I don't want to get blinded by the numbers, but at the end of the day, we're responsible to the taxpayer, and we need to explain to them why we can justify a 2% increase outside of every other increase, shared services, all that other stuff. So I'm in support of it based on idea, but I think, and again, I think the money makes sense. I think, again, to come back to Councillor Pridham's point, I think we really need to reach out to different levels of government and see what's available and say, this is what we've got on the table. Our community needs it. We have community support. Help us out. So I guess that's kind of where I've landed on this.
Okay, anything further? Answer, Mike, is there anything you wanted to add to the presentation today? Okay, so basically staff have asked us, as a resolution printed, I want to get a sense from council whether we're prepared. Basically, the next stage is presented that, if there are any edits or anything significant. I didn't note anything, Mr. Kittmer, no. There were some questions about the upstairs space that Councillor Pridham raised, but that I think was respectfully minor in nature in terms of how it goes. Other than that, I'm not hearing at the table in terms of major. So the question whether council is prepared to move forward and, as staff has suggested, seeking construction grants. Did I put that on the floor? Councillor Luna? Okay, so I'll put on the floor that amend 40-2025 downtown service location review final draft master plan report be received for discussion, and that the master plan for 14 Church Street be adopted by council with the following minor edits. I don't think there were any, so I don't think there's any need for that. So we just say that forgive me, the master, oh, she's put it up there, look at that, see, it's pretty clear I can't do this myself, so I'll start again. The resolution that amend 40-2025 downtown service location review final draft master plan report be received for discussion that the master plan for 14 Church Street be adopted by council and that staff be directed to begin seeking capital construction grants for the 14 Church Street Community Hub project. So I'll seek a mover for that motion being Councillor Luna. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pridham. Discussion. Seeing none, Councillor Craigmont?
I just thought of one more thing that I'd like to ask that maybe wasn't brought up. At 14 Church Street, who is managing the building? When if, let's say it was complete today.
If it was complete today, it'd be a town facility. We haven't fully sorted out which internal department would be solely responsible for operating it every day. Right now we have the community services department who looks after guest services functions, so they'd be a natural fit for at least managing the staff at the reception desk. Mr. Brower's team would be responsible for managing all aspects related to maintenance, but we haven't really thought ourselves of what global department takes over and hosts that building. I think the vision is a lot like many of our other buildings. It's there, and there's going to be multiple tenants, internal and external, and they'll probably self-manage themselves while they're in the space.
And if I can just continue with that same question. So in the future, if it was constructed today, and say in 5 years you needed 3 more offices, and the way it's designed, the town would have 100% control over saying, we need this space, it's going to be whatever.
Yep, through your worship, yes, I think we would have that flexibility. And again, like every time when we need more, say, staff space, we look at it. This now presents a very great option for us. We try to make sure we have the most efficient staff deployment throughout all our buildings. If it came to be that was the best space for them, then it'd be open accessible for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further? All right, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Luna, second by Councillor Pridham. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. Gentlemen, you want to take a 2-minute? We'll take a couple minutes. We have another delegation here. We'll take a break for a couple minutes and then they'll proceed. Okay.
This is so.
Okay, we'll reconvene then. We have a presentation this morning with regards to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. We're very fortunate to have Chief Skinner and Kim McElroy with us to present the plan. Thank you for coming this morning. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving us some time on your agenda today to present to you the updated Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for the Perth County Partnership Municipalities and Councils. Charting the next chapter, empowering safe and connected communities. My name is Greg Skinner, Chief of Police for the Stratford Police Service, serving the City of Stratford, Town of St. Mary's, and the Municipality of Perth South. And joining me as part of this presentation team is Kim McElroy, Director of Social Services for Stratford, Perth County, and St. Mary's. Kim and I are on our second terms as co-chairs and community of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council. I hope you've had some time to review the documents that we provided in advance, but if not, I hope that our overview today provides you with the information you need to adopt this plan for your municipality. Next slide, please. In January of 2019, new requirements for community safety and well-being planning came into force. Municipalities across Ontario were legislated through the Community Safety and Policing Act of 2019 to develop and adopt a plan in partnership with many local service providers and community groups to address complex social issues. The plan acts as a guide for the community partners to communicate, collaborate, and coordinate interventions and initiatives aimed at improving safety and well-being for all residents. Next slide, please. The Ministry of the Solicitor General created a community safety and well-being framework to help support the development of the CSWB plan. This graphic demonstrates the 4 levels of intervention to community issues. In this graphic, the red area identified as incident response is the most expensive, as this is where resources, police, fire, ambulance, social service, hospital, ERs, etc., are required to deal with people in potentially crisis situations. The purpose of this plan is to focus primarily on the other 3 levels in order to reduce the calls for service, reduce the risk to our communities, leverage best practices, and capitalize on efficiencies. The more initiatives we can implement that are focused on social development, prevention, and risk intervention, the greater impact we can have on our communities. Some examples of the programs that we have had a very positive impact include the Access, Resources, and Connections program. This program works in the community to address social and health issues for individuals living in poverty. Next slide, please. The CSW partnership consists of a wide range of municipal staff, CAOs, social service providers, agencies, and organizations across the 6 partner municipalities. In moving the plan forward, it was vital to have representation across all municipalities to ensure that that there were diverse perspectives, opinions, and experiences. The engagement with CSWB through a series of discussions, surveys, and consultations sought to identify priority areas that were common to all of the municipalities represented by this plan and look at service delivery gaps that needed to be addressed. The complexity of the issues facing individuals, families, and communities takes creative, innovative leaders from different professional disciplines coming together to provide direction and empower the operational teams who are on the streets day and night doing the best they can to support the most vulnerable of our society, to prioritize safety and well-being of all of our residents and visitors. Now I'll pass it over to Kim to continue with the presentation.
Great, thank you. So the Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council, in collaboration with local communities, undertook an extensive engagement process to explore community strengths, assets, protective factors, partnerships, service gaps, and opportunities for improving safety and well-being. This process included consultations, surveys, and engagement sessions, which played a crucial role in shaping future priorities. Next slide, please. There were several key takeaways from the engagement, and these included critical need to deepen our comprehension of priority areas to develop more streamlined and collaborative strategies, clarify decision-making mechanisms within the collaborative framework to identify strengths, capitalize on available resources, and optimize existing assets, understand how the priority areas intersect and align to address these multifaceted challenges, enhance communication strategies to improve integration and coordination, and the need to increase coordinated efforts to empower community entities and offer support where needed. Next slide, please. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council has strategically identified and prioritized critical areas requiring immediate and comprehensive community-wide intervention. These priority areas are housing and homelessness, intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, and mental health and addiction. These areas were selected due to their significant pressing impact on the community, necessitating coordinated strategies to address them effectively. Next slide, please. Using a refined priority-focused approach, the aim of charting the next chapter, empowering safe and connected communities, is to build consensus and to share understanding concerning the priority areas at a leadership level, using a top-down approach to address the priority areas. Examples of this will include increased priority area-specific trainings to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council, increased correspondence to the Community Partnership Council through newsletters and memos. We will actively collaborate with community entities to identify and bolster initiatives targeting the priority areas. And past examples of this include the community developer outreach worker positions, which connects residents to vital social services. We will implement comprehensive training sessions and public communications to raise awareness to the residents, and we will provide unified support to collaborate efforts aiming to influence policy and gain support from local, provincial, and federal governments. Next slide, please. To prevent service duplication and optimize resource allocations, each priority area will be assigned a lead individual who is a leader within the priority area. This person will act as a primary conduit for communication between the Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council and the community tables. They will also be responsible for several key functions, including providing detailed updates bi-monthly at the Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council, reporting on the progress within the education community-wide initiatives and advocacy that they are doing. They will act as a bridge between community tables and the Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council, and this liaison will convey recommendations and insights to our relevant stakeholders. The liaison will organize and deliver training sessions to Community Safety and Wellbeing Partnership Council, aligning with our strategic priorities, and they will lead subcommittees to help further community-wide initiatives directed at addressing the priority areas. Next slide, please. The partnership will continue to take a structured and strategic approach to community safety and well-being initiatives, fostering innovation and collaboration, and ensuring accountability and continuous improvements. The Partnership Council will establish a structured decision-making process to evaluate recommendations based on criteria such as community impact, feasibility, and sustainability. The feedback mechanisms will be established and used to assess and review the outcomes of decisions made, ensuring continuous improvement. Specialized subcommittees will be created focused on priority areas. Subcommittees will develop clear agendas and action plans to ensure targeted and effective interventions. Regular workshops and training sessions for the members will be conducted. Now I'll pass that back to Greg.
Next slide, please. As we move into the next iteration of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, charting the next chapter, empowering safe and connected communities, there will be a strong emphasis on building a shared understanding of the priority areas while working collaboratively with partnership councils and community tables to address gaps, build on community strengths and assets, and promote the safety and well-being of all residents in our community. Next slide, please. Just a couple of final thoughts before opening it up to questions. I want to congratulate your municipality on the commitment of your staff and throughout this process. We recognize that each municipality has its individual needs, and in no way, shape, or form is this plan an attempt to impose its priorities on your community. This is not a zero-sum game. This is about bringing people and communities together and to understand the diverse issues, broaden the impact of successes already achieved, and leverage the knowledge and commitment of existing communities and in so doing, provide you as elected representatives with the information you need to satisfy yourselves that there has been return on your investment in this approach, and to satisfy our residents that progress is being made to make your community safer and enhance your community members' quality of life. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and if there are any questions, we'd be happy to take them.
Okay, thank you both for the presentation. Questions from council? I'll start off then with one of the, if I can, on your report and on page 30, you talk about homelessness. And first of all, I want to say that we're very lucky because in my experience, all the agencies work together in spite of limited resources. The fact that, you know, you work so well with the police chief, or chief of police, who's here with us today, as well as on our end, I feel that our community workers well supported as well, agencies, a lot of the barriers sometimes between, you know, mental health and so forth. I think that we're getting good value in terms of how agencies work together. So thank you for that. One of the things we get from the public quite often is with homelessness, we have limited resources, as everyone in the room is aware, but there seems to be, and we've talked about this before, but I just wonder if you could enlighten me a bit more, the feeling from the public that a shelter solves all the problems. And we all know that that's not the case. There's a lot of issues and costs. And I just wonder if you could touch on, you know, sort of the amount of resources we have and what that would mean, because there's reasons that we've taken a different approach. But do you mind just highlighting that, please?
Thank you, through the mayor. So what we consistently look at is long-term solutions that we want stable housing. Shelters provide short-term solutions. Right now, we have an emergency housing program where the individuals are not congregated into one room. They have separate rooms where they can work with outreach workers, and the goal is to rapidly rehouse them. What we are seeing throughout Perth County is that many of our unhoused or unsheltered individuals have complex needs. So it does take mental health, addictions, employment supports to help a wraparound service in order to gain that. What we're advocating right now for is more of a supportive housing approach. So if we are putting temporary, or we only have a set amount of dollars, all of us, and if we start building shelters that are not supported by the provincial government, that money will go to that, whereas we really need to redirect it into supportive or supported housing in which we can provide wraparound supports to ensure that the individuals are able to maintain their housing, and that's where our focus is.
Okay, thank you. Further question, Councillor Pridham?
Yes, thank you. On the Canadian Mental Health page there, they handle the crisis phone calls, I believe. The hospital does.
Healthcare Alliance is where the crisis line is out of.
Okay. Here in Perth, Helpline Crisis Responses through the hospital. Okay, they have it on the Canadian Mental Health Association page for here in Perth. So it says in that, sorry. It says in that the response, then they direct to the appropriate referral for people that do call. And I'm wondering how well that system works, because there was 4,779 calls answered. And are those people actually being referred, or are they just being talked to on the phone and then let to be at their own resources? Because people that do make the call, I believe, are desperately in need, and they're probably, a lot of them, you know, it takes a lot to just pick up the phone. So I'm wondering how those are handled, and is that something that you guys talk about when you get together?
Yes, the short answer is yes, we do talk about it, but there are multiple ways yes, we do talk about it all the time, and there are multiple ways that individuals can contact agencies for support and referral. The police are often called for mental health crisis or addictions or self-harm, and the police then become the referral agency on behalf of the individuals. Our mobile crisis response team is part of that. They are staff that are under the here in Perth Healthcare Alliance that are deployed, that are employees of the hospital, paid for by the hospital, deployed to ride along with police to support people in the community. So the last thing we want is people who need to be cared for in the community walking into an ER and further backlogging an ER for triaging support for people that are in need of emergency room attention right then and there. So the purpose of the mobile crisis response team is to be able to deal with people in their environment and to support not only the people in crisis, but the families as well. Because what we're seeing is a lot of people are at their wits' end. They don't know how to deal with their loved one who is an addict or their loved one who is suffering from mental health situation. And they're not seeing the supports in the community. So what we're doing is causing those supports to come to them and then make sure those appropriate referrals are in place so that they can access the agency support that is already out there. The problem is that we don't know what services are out there until it impacts on us personally. You know, we don't go out there looking for things until we have a child who is exhibiting some mental health concerns or a partner that is showing addiction related issues. We simply don't go looking for them, so we don't know what they are. So we need that point of contact to be able to call, to be able to be referred to the right agencies to get support, preferably earlier in the process before it becomes a crisis, you know, but unfortunately people are far too often waiting for that crisis before they reach out for support. So there are many ways that referrals happen within the system, and that's part of why we work together to make sure that we all, because let's face it, all of our agencies are dealing with the same population. And if we're not talking and we're not sharing information, then there's a lot of duplication, overlap, inefficiencies that are happening in the system, right? So that is part and parcel of the community safety and well-being plan, so that we're all getting together at the strategic level and at the operational level to make sure that everybody is singing from the same song sheet, if you will, and making sure the supports are available for those complex cases in our communities. You know, these are very difficult situations that Kim's people are dealing with, and the hospitals and the Mental Health Association, extremely complex. And we're dealing with a lot more encampments. And, you know, one of the things that we have that I hear from community members all the time is, why don't you just take them to a shelter? We can't do that. We can't involuntarily take somebody who is not contravening the Mental Health Act, you know, endanger themselves or others. We can't arbitrarily apprehend them and take them someplace for support. It has to be voluntary until they meet that threshold of danger to self or others. And there's this belief that we can just grab them and take them, and that can't happen. So even if we open up shelters, there's a segment of the vulnerable population who is homeless who is not going to want to go to a shelter. They are vulnerable. They've been victimized in shelter settings before. They would rather be in a tent out on their own, you know, fending for themselves. And there's always going to be that population out there. So we're always going to have a homeless population. It's just how we manage that, how we deal with it, and how we come to reconcile that may be the case. And that's an unfortunate thing to have to say, but we are not going to arrest our way out of homelessness or addiction or mental health. That is not going to happen. Resources are key, but so is collaboration. And we have to find some strategies to be able to deal with the vast majority, recognizing there's always going to be a small percentage of the population that are not going to want to engage with referral agencies anyway.
Okay, Councilor Pridham.
Thank you for that answer. It gives me a little comfort here, hearing, you know, that the collaboration is working and you guys are implementing it very well. So thank you for that.
Further questions? Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. We will have a further discussion with staff. I guess next steps for us is to endorse a proposal. Kim, is there anything coming from the provincial government? I know that's a,
As I go, I do want to commend St. Mary's and their Community Safety and Wellbeing Subcommittee that they run. You have devout staff that are looking at this at a local level. So even Brent comes up to the Community Partnership Council, but then we have a subcommittee that we're actively, the work that's being done at a local level is commendable, and it's I think leading edge for many municipalities should be looking at what's happening here. So that's what I'm appreciative of. From a provincial level, you and I were just at AMO. Encampments is the questionable one. How the province is going to come down, whether there's going to be a provincial strategy on encampments. We hear there may be. So that is always moving. I would say my encampment strategy is a live document that we have to look at continuously to make sure we're doing best practices. And honestly, everything comes back to legislation. And what we want to talk, what I want to make clear is social services does not have legislation to back homelessness, right? It is the police, it is the Mental Health Act. When it comes to social services, it's about the people, but we can't fall back on any, or bylaws, sorry, but so when social services walks in, it's about the people that we can try to rehouse or gain supports. And but there's no authority or legislation except for police bylaw and the Mental Health Act. So that's what I keep looking to the province for. Lots of other things may come up in the province, but this is the one that's going to be trending for next year.
And if anybody has the answer, we're all ears.
all right, well, again, thank you both for taking time to come today. I can say that through my work and council's work, I know we all feel well supported by social services in Stratford and the Stratford Police as well, working collaboratively. It's a partnership we haven't had in the past, and it's worked well. We don't have all the solutions, but we certainly have people that are compassionate, and we're trying, and we do see initiatives in our community that are successful, and so we're grateful for the support and the. I know every time that I have a question, or our social worker reaches out, there seems to be supports, and we can't always solve them, but we certainly are working towards solutions, and that we're grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so then, if I can, I'll put a motion on the floor that the delegation from Chief Greg Skinner and Kim McElroy regarding the 2025 Community Safety Plan and Wellbeing Plan be received. Someone willing to move that? Councillor Craigmile moves. Councillor Luna seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Jenna, as far as lunch? Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I was thinking, I just didn't know where you were at with things, and that's a great idea. If council is amenable, then we can do a few simple things, if you're okay, like accept the minutes and talk about the correspondence. So the next item would be the minutes from July 22nd, 2025 as printed. Are there any errors or omissions or problems? Okay, seeing nothing, I'll seek a motion that the July 22nd, 2025 regular council meeting minutes be approved by council. So I'm willing to move that. Moved by Councillor Luna, seconded by Councillor Lucas. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. We had two pieces of correspondence, and I believe the first one has been dealt with. Jenna, can you just do you mind just giving a brief overview with regard to the gentleman, Mr. Van had attended council, but I believe the issue has been dealt with. Do you mind just updating council?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, it's been brought to my attention that over the last almost 2 months now, the vehicle or the trailer in question for this correspondence has not been located at the property and is no longer an immediate concern in that area. Also, in speaking with staff, Mr. Kittmer and also Mr. Brower have reviewed what else exists out there, because currently, as it sits today, there is nothing in our traffic parking and boulevard maintenance bylaw. But Mr. Brower does have some provisions within the property standards bylaw that also relates a little bit to zoning. If you'd like specifics on that, I'll certainly refer that, that information over to him. But there is nothing, nor should there be anything in the traffic bylaw, because that's typically going to be dealing more so with your public property rather than going into the private property. But I've not heard anything since or from any other neighborhood in St. Mary's.
Okay, is there any questions regarding that? Councilor Craig Mah?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So it has been sold because the people moved their vehicle, or they were asked to move it?
Through your worship, they were asked to move the vehicle. To give a bit of a background on the story or on this file is that we dealt with the complaint, we got the complaint. The property standards bylaw officer misinterpreted how we deal with trailers and how they're parked in laneways. So at first it was okay that the vehicles, that the trailer stayed. Providing the education, the background into the zoning bylaw and the property standards bylaw, it was determined that the vehicle, or that the trailer could not stay within the laneway, and it is against property standards bylaw. It was asked to be moved, and they moved it. So nothing beyond that.
I guess I just want to point out that as I drive around town, there's dozens in driveways.
Okay, anything further on this? All right, so the suggested motion is that the correspondence from John Van Hetveld regarding travel trailers be received. So I'm going to move the motion. Moved by Councillor Alward, seconded. Councillor Pridham. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. We had a second piece of correspondence regarding the Perth County Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw Review. It's more of an FYI, because they're a neighboring municipality. It really has no effect, to my understanding, on our process. Any questions with regards to this correspondence? Okay, so I'll put a motion on the floor that the correspondence from the County of Perth regarding a comprehensive zoning bylaw review be received. So I'm going to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Lucas, seconded by Councillor Luna. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. Mr. Kittmer, do you want to squeeze your report in, please?
Yeah, so thank you, Worship. And I know, Council, we've been at it for a while already and have a longer agenda still to go. So I think for the monthly reports, we'll probably just touch on maybe 1 or 2 points per report, because the information's there, just to try and speed it along. So I think the most notable thing for my portion of the report is actually PC Connect. So Council funded PC Connect to end at the end of this year. Understanding we had the transportation needs assessment that is ongoing, that would help us determine what some of our future solutions are. This year, we had put $200,000 in the budget for public transportation with a small offset from a reserve transfer. Interestingly enough, the province has found money for us. We were the only project to extend beyond March 2025. The other 5 Southwestern Ontario projects didn't. So Mr. Mousley from Stratford has indicated that the province is prepared to provide $221,000 for this project to fund it up until March 2026. This presents a really interesting opportunity for us to now fund PC Connect for all of 2026 like we did for this year. And why I'm suggesting that's a good idea for us to do is the transportation needs assessment will be completed in the fall, but it'll take some time for us to properly flesh out the recommendations and then implement them. What we really don't want to have built ridership in PC Connect and public transportation reliance and then have nothing for a period of time and then re-implement because you're trying to rebuild it. So based on our current projections, I've got $150,000 proposed for the 2026 budget to fund PC Connect, and it leaves a small amount of money left over if any transportation needs assessment recommendations differ from PC Connect. The more interesting part of this is that West Perth is also interested in jumping into the project now and partnering to join in on an Ontario Transportation Infrastructure Funding grant. If West Perth joins, even without funding, it will reduce our allocation down to around $100,000. But if we get OTIF money, and we're hopeful we will, because West Perth coming in and then making some slight service changes will change our project enough to qualify, we might be able to continue to operate PC Connect, for a couple of more years at a fraction of the price we're paying today. So really good news on that front. But again, it's subject to council's budget decisions, and probably I'll have to have a pre-budget report come forward in the next month or so, because Stratford would like to know who's going to be participating in the OTIF grant, and they need to have some conversations with Viago about what their contract term looks like. So I'm not saying it's all set in stone. I'm just saying there's some positive indications here that I'll bring forward to you in the future. That's all I wanted to touch on in mine. I know Jenna had one point from hers that she wanted to share as well.
Council, there's a detail on there about a governance review. So we are looking at a review of committees. During that time, we'll be also asking you for some questions about how you felt council has been over the last year, and actually all 3 years that you've been within this term. If you have any input about what you would like to see with the procedural bylaw review as well. There will be some requirements that it does need to be updated with respect to the new legislative changes for strong mayors, just how voting is done and where certain decisions rest now. So a survey will be going out to committee members over the next 4 to 5 weeks. We'll be soliciting their feedback. We'll be soliciting separate feedback from staff liaisons to see what input they have about the progress of those committees. And then we'll also be setting up a separate survey directly to you. We'll bring the results of those with some recommendations on how to move forward into your last term, and also how to carry over then until the new term of council when we get to it almost a year from now. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions with regards to administration? Councillor Luna.
Thank you, Worship. In regards to the position of the Director of Corporate Services / Director of Financing, where are you at with that? I know you said you wanted to wait, but how long are you planning to wait?
Not too long. So currently, each of the senior leadership team members who are responsible for their portfolios, so Kelly Deeks Johnson for economic development, Spencer for finance, and Lauren Thompson for communications. They're running the day-to-day, and I'm providing the director level support for corporate services. But over the next 2 weeks, I'm going to have some conversations with each of those staff about a couple of different staffing models we could look at. And I'm thinking it'll either be September 9th or September 16th at SPC. I'll come to council and present you with a couple of different staffing models that we could consider going forward, and what the cost of those look like. So not long, because in my mind, we can't, we will be tabling the budget without a director of finance or a director of corporate services in place, but it would be really nice to have them in place at some point in time before the end of the year, so they come in during the budget process to at least have some of that experience before they're expected to take it on next year. So a couple more weeks, probably asking for a council decision either way, and then I'd be posting some sort of position by the end of September. Yeah.
Councillor Craig Mile?
Thank you, Worship. Brent, it's really back to your budgeting for the PC Connect. So that's very positive news, which should, with that $150,000 in the budget, have some money where you might be able to earmark something like that on some, instead of just external, some internal.
Yeah, that could work out really well. Yeah, good point, yeah. Further questions with regards to administration? Okay, thank you. So the suggested motions, admin 39-2025, August monthly report, administration be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Craig Mile, second by Councillor Lucas. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call to question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. So we are 12:15 on the button. Jenna, we ready to go? We'll meet again. We'll start again at 1 o'clock, and we'll start with the public meeting as advertised and scheduled, and go for there. I know there's a lot here today, and we're jumping around, so I appreciate your patience, but there's some really big stuff on the agenda today. That's good. Okay, so we'll take a break till 1 o'clock. Thank you.
shouldn't be SPC, I think it should be.
Yeah, because he already.
Perfect, so that goes into zone, so it's good to know that I've got some, I'm making resolve.
Okay, are we ready to reconvene? All right, we have a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act dealing with a development on Kane Street, and there were some comments received just a few minutes ago, actually, that the clerk has circulated for council, and the clerk will be speaking to those later during the question period, actually. But I'll go through the process to open the meeting. This public meeting is being held in accordance with Section 34 of the Planning Act. The purpose of today's public meeting is to solicit the public's comments with respect to the application for zoning bylaw amendment for 11 Kane Street and 16 Hillside Court by Group 40 Inc. and Grace Community Church. Today's meeting is a mandatory public meeting held under the Planning Act. If you wish to be notified of the decision of on this application, please contact the clerk, Jenna McCartney, at clerksoffice@town.stmarys.on.ca. That's clerk's office at town.stmarys.on.ca. And we've provided the information on the screen. I'll now ask our clerk, Ms. McCartney, to advise on how notice was given for the application, please.
Thank you, Mayor Strathy. Notice was given by first-class mail to the owners of all properties located within 120 meters or 400 feet of the subject lands, to those agencies as prescribed by regulation, and signage advertising this afternoon's meeting was posted on the subject lands. The following is a summary of agency comments received. The Town Public Works Department provided comments such as, the traffic study concludes that the development will not create unacceptable negative impacts to the road network that makes several recommendations for external improvements to accommodate the additional traffic generated from the site and to mitigate risk associated with the steep grade on Kane Street. The developer should be responsible for the cost-sharing agreement for these recommended improvements. The functional servicing report must demonstrate that the downstream gravity sewer system and the associated sewage pump station possess adequate capacity to accommodate additional flows generated by the proposed development. The applicants should provide results of a hydrant flow testing conducted as part of their submission to verify that the fire protection and domestic water demands can be met. The following two comments are from Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. While not a regulated feature, the UTRCA recommends a geotechnical assessment of the slope is undertaken prior to construction to ensure that the proposed development on the top of the slope has no negative impact on the long-term stability of the slope. The UTRCA has no objections or permit requirements for this application. The town has also received public comments summarized as follows. From Stonetown Cooperative Homes, Inc., at 728 Queen Street East, they've provided the following. Their main concern relates to the impacts of current and future stormwater flows on their property from other lands. There should be changes to the design of the proposed swale and restrictions on snow storage along the east property line. Comments from the Beatty family at 25 Kane Street are, not opposed to infill housing, but note that it is important to not sacrifice nature, safety, and infrastructure. Concerned that a number of mature trees are to be removed since trees offer shade, privacy, they reduce road noise and provide a home to local wildlife. They would like to see as many mature trees saved as possible, but will work with the developer and the town on options for replacement. Concerned with proposed entrance on Kane Street that is on a steep, blind hill with no sidewalks that is dangerous in the winter. Adding more traffic without improving the pedestrian pedestrian safety seems risky. Their fourth comment is that they are concerned that infrastructure and services such as childcare, schools, and transportation, etc., cannot keep pace with the new development. 6 comments from David and Azia Clatworthy of 12 Kane Street are as follows. Rezoning from R3 to R5 is a drastic change. There will be significant demands on infrastructure. Proposed development is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Fourth comment, there are challenging winter road conditions on the Kane Street steep grade. Proposed warning signage and resurfacing would help the current conditions, but will not be enough to handle the projected traffic in winter. They also question whether the use of a flashing beacon would cause light trespass into their home at night. Fifth comment, the parking deficiency of 11 spaces is significant. Less than half of units can have more than one vehicle, and visitor parking spaces are not identified on the concept site plan. Public transportation is virtually non-existent, and questions if the proposed parking demand reduction measures will work. Sixth and final comment, they ask why the developer isn't funding the construction of a sidewalk on the entirety of Kane Street. Add suggestions that a reduction in the number of units and a secondary vehicle to the site should be considered. Aaron Fisher of 625 Jones Street East has traffic concerns on Kane Street due to the hill and difficulty turning left. Those conclude the pieces of correspondence we've received prior to yesterday.
Okay, thank you. And as mentioned previously, there will be further comments that we will read into the record later on in the meeting. So I'll now call upon Councillor Craigmile to advise Council of the Planning Advisory Committee's recommendation with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Craigmile, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the July 21st, 2025 meeting, the Planning Advisory Committee endorsed the application in principle and recommended that Council proceed with the statutory public meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'll now call on the town's planner, Mr. Mark Stone, to make a presentation regarding the proposed application. Mr. Stone, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I assume you can hear me okay, but let me know if otherwise. In my presentation this afternoon, I will be focusing on background information and planning context, including the site location, the provincial planning statement, the town's official plan and zoning bylaw. As you know, the applicant will also be making a presentation a little later, and they will be providing a more detailed overview of certain aspects of the application, the proposed zoning change, and the development proposal. So the property is located south of Queen Street East and east of Kane. The zoning bylaw amendment application before the town relates to a total of 0.48 hectares. 0.21 hectares of that 0.48 are located on 11 Kane, which is at the corner, right at the corner of Kane and Queen Street. And then part of the Grace Community Church lands at 16 Hillside, about 0.27 hectares of that property, are proposed to be severed and added to 11 Kane. And that would be through a future application for consent to sever through the Committee of Adjustment. The site is located along Queen Street East, as I mentioned. It's an arterial road and is the focus of higher density development in accordance with the town's official plan. And the property is located in proximity to various amenities, whether it's retail, food service, and of course the Grace Community Church. And the only thing I would add is that the area is already characterized by a mix of housing forms and densities. So I'll talk a little bit about the development proposal, but again, leaving it to the applicant to get into the details. The zoning bylaw amendment application is proposing to change the zoning of the property from residential zone 3 and institutional to residential zone 5 with site-specific regulations, and again, the applicant will detail those. There are 44 apartment units in 4 buildings that are proposed. The vast majority of those units will be 2-bedroom units. The concept site plan shows 65 parking spaces, 28 bicycle spaces, and also a central amenity area along with a single access from Kane Street, which is proposed. A number of supporting studies have been provided, including a planning justification report, a functional servicing report, a traffic impact and parking study, an archaeological assessment, and an arborist report and tree management plan. And again, so not to overlap, the applicant will be providing more details on the development proposal, the proposed zoning, and the supporting studies in a few minutes. So the provincial planning statement, formerly the provincial policy statement, provides policy direction to Ontario municipalities. And some of the key policies when considering this application include that the town is required to provide for an appropriate range and mix of housing options and densities to meet projected needs of current and future residents. The town is also required to promote densities for new housing, which efficiently uses land, resources, infrastructure, and public service facilities, and support the use of active transportation. And the town is also required to support intensification as a means of creating more complete communities with a range and mix of housing options. The subject lands are all designated residential under the town's official plan. A range of dwelling units are permitted in this designation, from single detached all the way up to low-rise apartment dwellings, which are proposed in this instance. Additional housing is, through intensification, is supported, in particular along arterial and collector roads. And as I mentioned a minute ago, Queen Street East is an arterial road. But any development proposal must meet policies with respect to compatibility and character. So the applicant is proposing to a change to the current zoning of residential 3 and institutional to permit the proposed development. Again, the applicant will be providing more details. That's my brief presentation. Through my report, I have addressed the comments we've received throughout the process from the town departments, agencies, and the public. However, later on, I'm happy to answer any questions later on in the public meeting, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have Ms. Carolyn Baker with us today, who's here on behalf of the applicants, who are here as well, the principals of Group 40 Holding Bank. So Ms. Baker, would you please come forward and make a presentation? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon to members of council, staff, and committee members. We appreciate the opportunity to provide a little bit more detail about the proposed development on Kane Street and Queen Street East, and certainly try and respond to some of the questions you've heard this afternoon from agencies, staff, as well as members of the public. I believe there is a PowerPoint presentation. Do you want me just to say next slide as we go? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And my apologies, I should have noted that Chris and Stu are here from Group 40 Inc. If there's any specific questions related to the build or their marketing, but I will try my best to answer any questions that come up. Next slide. So just wanted to give a brief overview of the consulting team that was assembled to assist in evaluating and providing ultimately support for the development application. Myself, Caroline Baker, I provided the land use planning advisory services. Grit Engineering assisted with the engineering, grading and servicing. Traf Mobility prepared the traffic study. JK Consulting, the arborist report, and certainly TMHC related to archaeology, which has now been cleared by the province. Next slide. I'll try not to duplicate Mr. Stone's information here. This is similar to his first slide outlining the site, albeit this has the air photo underneath it. What you'll see is an irregularly shaped lot that does include a component from the adjacent church, as well as a former residential use. There is low density to the south and the west on Kane Street, low to medium density to the east, the Stonetown Cooperative, as well as utility and recreational uses to the north. I'm sure we're all familiar, there is a slope, certainly on Kane Street, directing down towards Queen Street East, being the low point. Next slide, please. The purpose of this image is just to provide an overview and context from a land use planning framework when we were looking at land use compatibility. Certainly, first and foremost, compatibility to the surrounding low-density residential neighborhood was a key consideration. Also recognizing that there is a mix of land uses given its fronting on an arterial road. We have commercial to the east and west. Further east, there is industrial, and as noted to the north, there's recreation and a utility corridor. So while I would characterize the adjacent properties as low-density residential, I would not necessarily characterize this site as being entirely within a low-density residential neighborhood. It is a transition point between non-residential uses and residential, and that was a consideration you'll ultimately see in the design that's before you this afternoon. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to spend a few more minutes on the proposed development concept, which I would caveat, of course, if the zone change were ultimately approved, would need to go through detailed site plan approval with town staff for more detailed matters such as grading, further stormwater management, landscaping, and buffering. What you'll see on this plan is 44 residential units spread amongst 4 buildings. It was the intent of the owners to try and provide a smaller, more small-scale buildings that each have around 10 to 12 units in each building. That does also allow for phasing. Certainly the intent is to start on Kane Street and then work east through the building. So certainly one at a time to ensure that it's constructed appropriately, market it, and transition to those buyers. The units are generally directed toward either Queen Street East, which would be north or top of the page, providing separation to the low density to the south. You will note there is one building located to the south, but that is adjacent to the retained church lands. So again, the buildings were attempted to be oriented away from the single detached low density homes and proximate to those non-residential uses. What you will see is where there is an abutting residential use, which would be immediately the south along Kane Street. There is a 14-meter setback proposed from all buildings, which is about 45 feet. There would be parking, but of course, no buildings to assist with matters such as privacy and overlook to that adjacent property. The concept does include a centralized common amenity area facing towards Queen Street. The overall goal was to provide a larger singular common amenity area as opposed to having little pieces sort of made up through the site so that it could have amenity for those residents, whether it be a little picnic table or a little playground. Certainly that programming will be developed through site plan, but wanting to have those resources. As noted, 1.47 parking spaces per dwelling unit is proposed. However, the site does meet the requirements for bicycle parking, which is 28 spaces, of course, looking to encourage non-automotive transportation and provide that on this site. Next slide, please. The owners have prepared a rendering with their building designer to demonstrate both the massing, the scale, and the architectural design of the proposed building. The one in front of you would be the first building to be constructed on Kane Street. They have used it's not quite flat, but gently flat roof, again, looking to minimize overall height and appearance as opposed to using a pitched or a peaked roof. It would be 3.5 stories, the half stories being that there is a story below, half below grade, half above grade, which what makes up the 3.5 stories. You'll see that each unit has a private balcony in addition to the common amenity area. Next slide, please. Grit Engineering, through their topographical survey and engineering design, did prepare cross-sections to assist in evaluating, again, the transition of height and density and land use compatibility with the surrounding low-density uses. This would be an image if you were standing on Kane Street and looking east at the site. The proposed apartment building is the first building to be built. We just saw an elevation of. To the right of the page would be the existing house on Kane Street. And what you'll see is the proposed development is building into the slope. There will be a need certainly to ensure that there is retaining walls and transitions in that regard through site plan. But the effect of essentially, I don't want to call it burying, but almost burying the apartment building in the site using the grades, the proposed building is approximately 2 meters higher than the adjacent single-family house in terms of overall height. If you're looking from Kane Street, and again, there is a 14-meter separation from the building to property line, and then the neighbor has a side yard setback on top of that as well. Next slide. Mr. Stone was kind enough to provide a summary of the planning documents. Certainly the planning report that I prepared did conclude that this proposed development does conform to the residential designation in the official plan and the aforementioned reasons for land use compatibility. But certainly we're here today to consider the zone change to the site-specific R5. Next slide. Oh, thank you. The zoning bylaw amendment does include a number of site-specific provisions. In my view, there's a few reasons for this. Firstly, as you know, St. Mary's has a newer official plan that does include new height limits up to 4 stories in the residential designation and did increase density from your former official plan. The zoning bylaw still provides a cap of 3 stories and is not yet up to date with the density permissions in the official plan. So first and foremost, the zone change is requesting site-specific density and height permissions that align with your new official plan. And that's both units per hectare and that's the height of 4 stories. So that's the first component. The second component, given the shape that you saw of the site, what's defined as front, rear, and side yard setbacks, where there is adjacent low-density residential uses, site-specific setbacks have been requested that reflect those surrounding land uses. So, for example, there is a request for a reduced interior side yard setback to 3 meters, but the provision is written such that it can only be reduced where it's adjacent to non-residential uses. So it would not apply to any reduction on side yard setback where there is abutting low-density residential. There is also a request for building setbacks. The existing zoning bylaw has a series of setbacks between buildings regardless of their size. The applicants have proposed to reduce those setbacks, but on the provision that they meet the Ontario Building Code. So the intent is that they meet fire separation, there's sufficient setback for things like privacy, minimizing overlook. In our view, I determined that to be appropriate because firstly, it's compliance with the building code, but secondly, there's no private rear yard amenity areas on the proposed development, so there isn't a building closer to a backyard that could overlook somebody's private space. The outdoor space is communal on the site. And lastly, there is a proposed parking rate reduction to 1.4 spaces per dwelling unit, and I'll get into a little bit of the justification in the coming slides. Next slide, please. With respect to servicing, the intent that the site will be serviced by new laterals to Kane Street, single connection for sanitary, water, and storm. Certainly, we are in receipt of Public Works comments regarding the pumping station with sanitary capacity. There was a response to those comments from Public Works on Friday, but of course it's just Tuesday, so we haven't had time for updated comments, but I suspect through the site plan approval process, we will work through the detailed site grading and stormwater management. I would note that following the PAC meeting, there was a representative EXP engineers on behalf of Stone Town Cooperative that attended and had questions related to stormwater management. Post the PAC meeting, we were able to send them the updated functional servicing report. The applicant altered the proposed swale to the requested 13-inch depth along the mutual property line. I did have a meeting with EXP late last week. They've confirmed that they've reviewed the report, that satisfied their comments, and they hope to provide an email to staff to indicate that their concerns were addressed from the PAC meeting. Next slide. This is a snapshot of the arborist report that was prepared related to tree removals. There are 56 trees that were of sufficient diameter to be assessed through this report. Certainly, the neighbors are correct. There is removals occurring on site. At this point, it looks like there will be about 50 of the trees removed. Certainly, the town has a compensation bylaw and requirement, and we will need to work with staff through site plan in terms of replacing those trees. If there's opportunities through detailed grading to retain additional trees, certainly that will be looked at. It does provide some challenges on the site regarding tree retention because they are in several pockets throughout the site as opposed to one consolidated section that has a tree stand. And without removals on the site, there wouldn't necessarily be a possibility to develop regardless of density, height, or scale. Next slide. As noted, Traf Mobility prepared a traffic impact and parking study. The report looked at three main components. The first is traffic generation, and they concluded that there would be 22 new auto trips in the weekday AM peak and 18 in the PM. So this is for the busiest hour in the AM in the morning. During rush hour, how many trips would there be in and out of the site? They did conclude that all study intersections do actually operate within acceptable levels of service according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and that no road improvements were required. The second component that they looked at was sightline analysis and safety of Kane Street, where it meets Queen Street. We're certainly aware of concerns related to the winter and the hill heading north on Kane to turn either left or right on Queen Street. Staff have been kind enough to share police reports on accidents that have occurred on both of those streets, which were included in the analysis, and also to meet with ourselves and Public Works to talk about solutions to that issue. Traf Mobility recommended certain mitigation measures, improving sightlines on Queen Street with some tree removals that block the line of sight right at the intersection. Certainly flashing lights. The owners are understanding the proposed cost sharing. We've had a chance to talk to staff about that, but certainly the owner is willing to continue those discussions with staff if there's any further mitigation, but my understanding is the other alternative would be to close that intersection in winter, and we understand not only from an emergency standpoint, but if they need to reroute any traffic, that would not necessarily be ideal for traffic movement. So certainly an important discussion. Lastly, Traf Mobility prepared a parking assessment given the proposed reduction in parking. They did support the parking reduction based on both ITE, so Institute of Transportation Engineer standards, but also benchmarking surveys that they completed in St. Mary's on utilization for apartment buildings, and the proposed rate was found to be higher than current utilization they witnessed on other developments. They also did recommend what we call TDM, Transportation Demand Management, and this is things like bicycle parking, bicycle storage, pedestrian connections, things that would encourage people to try another mode than their car when they can. Next slide. We've also had the opportunity to work with staff with respect to the provision of affordable housing within the development. Aside from the units being smaller and apartments that lend to more attainability, there is a proposal to work to provide 3 affordable housing units subject to a housing agreement, and they are also liaising with not-for-profits to look for a long-term operation of those units. Next slide. This was just a summary from the PAC meeting from the comments that we did here. So I think I noted with respect to the overland flooding to Stonetown, there was a video they submitted, and again, they are satisfied with the proposed increased swale depth that is being provided on the proposed development. We are also able to confirm with Public Works that the upgrades to the pumping station are complete and there is capacity for the proposed development. There was a question about providing a direct sidewalk or walkway on the site to Queen Street, which certainly would improve the travel path. It's a quicker connection, but the slopes were just too significant to provide a useful walking connection, and certainly ongoing conversations with town staff about how to mitigate the hill on Kane Street. Next slide. So just to summarize, I appreciate you bearing with me for this slightly longer presentation. It was my planning opinion that this proposed development does provide utilization of property that is currently underutilized on an arterial road in the settlement area that has access to servicing. It's well situated for forms of transportation, including walking to commercial areas and recreation. Will provide a greater range of housing, including affordability, and in my opinion, has taken into consideration its design of land use compatibility and recognition of surrounding low density. So that summarizes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any further questions of council or members of the public as we try to touch upon those notes in the letters we've received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll go to the public portion, and then we'll call on you later if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
For questions. Okay, so we had a couple comments submitted just before lunch, actually. So before we move to anyone in the gallery or public who wants to submit comment, I'll maybe ask the clerk to speak to the two pieces of correspondence that were received. I believe some of the comments were addressed in Ms. Baker's presentation, but I'll leave it to the clerk, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Strathy. That is correct. And in fact, both of the authors of these correspondence, you have already heard from them earlier. They have submitted comments through the PAC process, but they have specifically asked their comments be reiterated. The Beatty family at 25 Kane Street, they would like to better understand what actions are being considered related to trees, how mature trees are being removed, and is this absolutely necessary given many are near the property line and not in the way of new buildings? If removal is unavoidable, will there be requirements for replacement planting, including on neighboring lots where the visual appeal, privacy, nature, etc. are directly affected? They also reiterate traffic and safety. Has the traffic and pedestrian safety been taken into consideration from the last meeting? And then snow and parking. Parking shortages were mentioned previously. How is this being addressed, and where will plowed snow be stored on the lot? Finally, infrastructure. With childcare and other services already under strain, how is the town factoring these shortages into the approvals for the new infill projects? The second correspondence is from the Clatworthy family. They reiterate their first point being the rezoning from R3 to R5, XX. We continue to feel that the rezoning from R3 to the proposed R5 XX is a drastic change not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Their second point, traffic impact. There should be clarification on exactly where vehicles will enter and exit onto Kane Street with regard to the incline of the road. We argue that the Baker Group's proposed warning signage and resurfacing would help the current conditions, but will not be enough to handle the projected traffic in winter. We also question whether the use of a flashing beacon would cause light trespass into our home. Has the possibility of an alternative vehicle access point connecting the south side of the development to Hillside Court been explored? Their third point, parking. The parking supply for the proposed development is deficient by 11 spaces compared to the required number of parking spaces as per the town's zoning bylaw. We iterate that this is unacceptable. The overflow of vehicles will have no choice but to park on Kane Street near the hill. This would disrupt the neighborhood and pose safety risks when combined with the increased vehicle and pedestrian traffic, not to mention being the impediment to effective snow removal in the winter. Their fourth point, pedestrian accessibility. Is there a need to put a crosswalk at the bottom of the hill and extend the sidewalk along the entirety of Kane Street? Is this something the town is prepared to look into and fund as it falls outside of the responsibility of the development? Fifth point, sanitation services. Our understanding is that further study is needed to confirm whether the Queen Street sewage pumping station needs an upgrade to handle the capacity for the new development. What is the timeline for the answer to this question? Will local residents have assurances that from the town that the development will not go ahead until any necessary upgrades are completed. Their final remarks. We feel that we speak for the majority of residents on Kane Street when we say that the proposed development is in sharp contrast to the current character of the neighborhood, despite measures to camouflage the transition in residential land uses. We ask that a reduction in units be considered, specifically a reduction in stories of one or all buildings. This would alleviate a potentially hazardous parking overflow and create more palatable neighborhood aesthetics. In addition to this, we ask that you consider the possibility of an alternative vehicular access point, which would have a significant positive impact on traffic flow through the development. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Okay, thank you for that summary. So now we'll open it up if there's any members of the public that have attended that would like to speak. We just ask if you just please come forward if you'd like to say something and just put your name into the record. Is there anyone here that would like to make a comment? Okay, let's check with the clerk. We didn't receive any more correspondence. Okay. Okay, then seeing nothing, I'll defer to council then for questions of our planner as well as of Ms. Baker. She's agreed to attend to answer any questions with regards to development. So I'll turn it over. Council, questions? Councillor Luna?
Thank you, Worship. So the suggestion that the egress from the property could be through Hillside Court, has that been looked at? Because I am concerned about coming out onto that hill on Kane Street. I do support their concerns on that. So it was interesting to see that they had come up with that Hillside Court egress. Is that possible? Or, I mean, I don't know. Looking at the map, it seems like it might be possible, but who knows?
Ms. Baker, could you please address that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Luna, thank you for that question. My understanding is that Hillside is a private cooperative that's privately owned, not necessarily a public road connection. So there would need to be an agreement for a land exchange from Hillside Cooperative to the owner to provide access. And then we'd also have to look at putting additional traffic coming directly from Hillside onto Queen Street East, which is a main thoroughfare and arterial road. So while that could potentially be an option, I see that as having a number of challenges because it's a third-party private owner that owns that land.
Sorry, Mark, I didn't mean to exclude you. Did you have any comment with regard to that?
No, I think Ms. Baker has addressed it. I also understood that the applicant has had discussions with the church property also about the feasibility of that. At the end of the day, I understand the concern, but we also do have a traffic report from a professional engineer. And that engineer's opinion is that the one access off of Kane, although it has some challenges, is sufficient to accommodate the traffic from this site. So not dismissing Councillor Luna's question or of the residents. This has been explored, but this is where we are today.
Okay, thank you. Further questions from council? Councillor Pridham.
Thank you, through your worship. The snow, where is that going to be stored on this map?
Ms. Baker, you just hit your buttons right there.
Got turned off on me. No, that's probably a good thing. The snow will be stored on the common amenity area. So that is the centralized common amenity area in the winter. It's common for multi-unit developments to snow store in that location. We did speak with the engineers from Stonetown Cooperative about not storing snow on their property line. I don't believe it very much would have been anyways because it's a smaller area. Because this likely will be a condominium and managed as an entire site, other properties I've done of a similar size and scale, if we have a snowy winter like last year, which was more unique in these times, there is the option for the condominium, typically in condominium declarations, there's a provision to take snow off-site. Included in the condominium declaration and their condominium fees, should the common amenity area, given a particularly snowy winter, not be enough.
Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. I see that there's probably potential for a couple more parking spots on the site. Is that something that could be accommodated?
Oh, sorry, it keeps turns off me each time. Certainly always happy to look to try and find more parking spaces. I'll be honest, on this site, we actually did a number of iterations looking to get additional parking. We worked with Traf Mobility, and there's probably a few areas we could get an extra spot or two, but they completed what's called a swept path analysis, and they looked at garbage trucks, fire trucks, snow removal trucks, and cars getting in and out of the site and their maneuvering, and they felt that this was the most sort of appropriate parking design layout to ensure appropriate movements. I would note the parking is at 1.47. The bylaws has asked for 1.4. Again, I always get uncomfortable with zoning bylaws in two decimal places. And so we've rounded to 1.4. So this is in keeping with some other developments recently in the area. But again, always happy to try and look to fit another one.
Sorry. I think that to accommodate what some of the neighbors are concerned about, if you can squeak in another, they're mentioning things about not identifying visitors parking and that sort of thing. So just to keep the traffic off of Kane might be a good idea. And my other concern or wonder is the entrance here is 6 meters. Is that what I'm reading? It's such a small thing. Maybe it's 9. I don't even know. Is that wide enough when you're considering driving in and out of the property, two-way traffic, and you're coming in at a slope on an icy day, and you're sliding into this space here? Should it be a little wider to accommodate some extra maneuverability for cars entering?
We're on. Through the mayor, certainly something we can look at. I would note that 6 meters is the standard for two-way driveway access across a number of multi-unit development sites, including ones in St. Mary's. What you will note is that it's 6 meters at its narrowest point, but what you can't necessarily see on a concept plan is that Kane Street has the paved portion, and then, as you know, within the right-of-way, there is a boulevard, and there is a taper that occurs, and Traf Mobility did an assessment of the sight lines and the grade and how cars get in and out with that curve radius and deemed it to be an acceptable width. But certainly if we can add a little bit more, that's something that can be looked at.
Okay, Councilor Linda? Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. I guess this is for Mr. Stone or Mr. Brower. Is there a plan for a sidewalk from the property on the east side of Kane down to Queen? Because I'm assuming that the school bus pickup will continue to be in front of Stonetown Co-op for school children. So you see a lot of children walking down that sidewalk to that spot. So I'm assuming children from the complex here would come out Kane down to Queen and down to Stonetown Co-op to pick up a bus. So how are we getting those children safely down Kane Street?
So I can, unless Mr. Brower wants to jump in, the applicant has committed to a sidewalk along Kane Street. Just as a bit of additional background, when we were at the Planning Advisory Committee, there was a suggestion to look at an additional connection, perhaps say midway along the Queen Street frontage. There are challenges with that because of the slope. We've also, because the slope of Kane is what it is, we've asked the applicant to look at the design of that sidewalk connection from the front of the development along Kane to Queen Street. Because there is a steep slope, there'd probably be the need for a retaining wall. But the intent is to have that connection from this development to Queen Street.
By the developer? Okay, I didn't get that part.
Yes, paid by the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Ms. Baker, I know you said one of the things in one of the correspondence we had was about the sewage capacity, and I know you said that it's preliminary, but your understanding is that it meets the requirements and you are going to work further with the town? Was that what you, the presentation?
That is correct. From the, since the time of the PAC meeting, we've had I think 2 meetings with Public Works and Grit Engineering. We understand that the improvements have been completed and there would be capacity, but certainly I defer to Mr. Brower or Mr. Stone if they would like to speak further about those discussions.
Through your worship, so it is in context. Staff, we wouldn't be this long, we wouldn't be this far down the path if we thought there's constraints there. But they just need to confirm that that capacity is there. And from speaking with engineering, it is, we feel that it is there, just need the confirmation on it, so.
Perfect, thank you. Anything further from council? Okay, Ms. Baker, is there anything you want to add as final comments?
Just wanted to note that, of course, there would be replacement trees that we'd work through the site plan, so do recognize the tree removals that are occurring. And the owners have met with the neighbors and will continue to do so to talk about landscape buffering, whether it's a fence or plantings, and look to work together on that. So I just add those 2 points.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for attending today, and thank you for the members of Group 40 as well. Mark or Grant, did I miss anything? Mark, is there anything final I missed?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing to add. I will be speaking a little bit further when the report comes up.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, thank you for attending today. Okay, I'd like to thank those who participated in this meeting. When a decision is made regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application, notice will be provided as prescribed by the Planning Act, and a 20-day appeal period to the Ontario Land Tribunal would apply. Okay, this concludes today's public meeting, and we'll move on in our agenda. And again, I apologize for bouncing around today, but the next item up then we would go back to admin reports and item 8.3 with regards to Council's corporate and strategic priorities. So Mr. Kittmer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Council, in July at our Strategic Priorities Committee meeting, I brought forward our annual report to discuss what our priorities for the coming year and in essence for the remainder of the term will be. So what I'm returning to today is just a cleaned up version of the strategic priorities chart that you viewed that day. Through our discussion, there was only a few minor amendments that council wanted added to the chart. So within the actual document, you'll see those highlighted in purple. But just in summary, there's an idea of adopting the mindset for our asset management that to always take a look at the actual condition of the assessment before we replace it, not just a replacement on its typical life cycle in theory. So we have added that to our infrastructure pillar. We've added a priority to take a secondary look at the 2024 downtown parking study because there remains a perception in the community that we have a parking issue downtown despite the parking study's conclusions. So that's also in there for council to consider. There's a priority added for staff to start looking at the demand for outdoor playing surfaces and how that's going to affect operational staffing and to determine what the threshold will be for the town to start constructing new playing surfaces. And finally, a priority added to ask staff to ensure that we report back by the end of the term about what steps in legislation we can take to fill and help promote filling vacancies in our downtown core. Since that meeting, I've also authored a new priority based on our conversations around East Ward Park having to return to be cemetery lands. So if and when the playground is removed from that site, it will create a deficiency in the east side of town. So I've written in a priority for council to consider that staff make it a priority to sort out how we might fill that deficiency when it exists. So that summarizes all of the changes. And so what we're looking for today is just for any final thoughts of council, or if you want to change timelines around, or if you are satisfied with the priorities and the timelines assigned to them, we would be looking for you to adopt your priorities today.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Craigmont.
Thank you, Worship. So Brent, kind of remind me with all these priorities, and it just came to fruition again today as we're talking from the Planning Act and our new OP. Do we have somewhere in there about redoing the zoning bylaws?
Yes, we do. So that is a project of the Building and Development Department. It's been budgeted for, and I just believe that he is, Grant can maybe speak to it because he's here. I just believe that they're waiting to start that project.
Through your worship, to Councillor Craig Mile, yes. As reviewing the document, we expect that the RFP should be released within the next 3 weeks.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Luna?
Thank you, Richard. Just a clarification, and this is, I've read this before and I meant to ask, but under downtown parking, you say that future planning forecasts that the need for parking infrastructure may be reduced as automobile technology improves. Explain that, because I don't understand that.
Yes, we're sitting here today as a society. We're still very much automobile dependent, but there are people in the world who believe that autonomous vehicles will become the norm in our very near future. So if you're a person who believes that autonomous vehicles are going to become our norm in the future, you would argue against actually adding any sort of parking infrastructure in a community, because what you would say is, not everybody's going to have a vehicle anymore. You'd be using an autonomous vehicle that would pick you up and drop you off. It's kind of a far-fetched idea, but I have to make council aware that that idea is out there, that we would, the fact that we are sitting here saying, there's a parking issue in the downtown, we need to start investing in building new parking facilities. Critics on the side would say, but as you move forward in the future, you're going to waste all this real estate on parking when actually the demand on cars is going to reduce. So it's kind of an out there idea, but I thought it was interesting when I heard it, and I always like to try and present conflicting views to some of our own observations.
Okay, Councillor Britton?
Thank you. I'd given Brent a phone call earlier about the cemetery, Eastward Park, and the fact that there is a deficiency now, but we do have land. That you hadn't mentioned that. I thought you might have mentioned that.
So yeah, what Councillor Pridham had pointed out to me yesterday is that we actually have a full-size building lot that fronts Elizabeth Street right beside the cemetery, where the path goes through. So it's a very small plot of land, but you could actually put a playground there, where the pathway goes between the two houses. It's a 60-foot wide. It's at least a road allowance wide, so it's 66 feet wide. So it's a very simple solution to put a small playground there.
Okay. Good. Maybe the Barrel Authority will pay for it. Who knows? Further questions or comments with regards to strategic priorities? We did take a crack at this during strategic priorities. I just don't know if there's anything else or any light bulbs. If not, I'll put a motion on the floor then, if everyone's okay. Brendan, do you have anything else to add? No. Okay, I'll put a motion on the floor that Admin 41-2025 confirm Council's corporate and strategic priorities report be received, and that the corporate and strategic priorities presented in staff report Admin 41-2025 be confirmed and adopted for the upcoming 2026 budget cycle. Someone willing to move that? Moved by Councillor Craigmile, seconded by Councillor Lucas. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Next up, we have upcoming proclamation requests. I'll just defer to our clerk. Is there anything that needs to be noted about these? No. Okay. Some of them we've done on a regular basis. I don't think if everyone's okay, I'll just go through them one by one if everyone's okay with that. So the first one is with regards to Overdose Awareness Day, and there will be an event on the 31st of August for those who 9 o'clock in the morning are interested in joining. That St. Mary's joins government around the world in recognizing this day as a day to remember and mourn the loss due to drug poisoning, as well as those struggling in life from the disease of substance use. And the people of St. Mary's can make a difference by starting conversations to reduce stigma, learning how to minimize harm from substance use, and supporting those who are wanting help. And the Council for the Corporation of the Town of St. Mary's hereby claims August 31st, 2025, Overdose Awareness Day in St. Mary's, Ontario. Someone willing to move that proclamation? Moved by Councillor Alward, second by Councillor Pridham. Any discussion? Anna Marie Iredale has done a tremendous amount of work on this movement, and last year I was surprised at the amount of people that actually came for this. So it is important just to promote awareness. So we appreciate that. They appreciate the support from Council. Seeing nothing, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. The second proclamation is with regards to Terry Fox, which has a special place in the history of St. Mary's. He visited St. Mary's many years ago, And the proclamation reads as follows, that on April 12, 1980, Terry Fox started the Marathon of Hope, moved by his experience in the cancer ward where a few children have given up on the hope of a cure, and that the province of Ontario now observes the second Sunday after Labor Day as Terry Fox Day, and that Terry Fox himself stayed in St. Mary's during his Marathon of Hope and inspired so many in our small town to give to cancer research, and that the Terry Fox Run will take place on Sunday, September 14, 2025 in the morning, walking, running, biking on the Trussell Pathway. This event gives our community, St. Mary's community, an opportunity to get involved in the efforts to find a cure for cancer, a disease whose devastating effects have been felt by so many people. This year's event message is Finish It, and that Council for the Corporation of the Town of St. Mary's hereby proclaim the week of September 7th to September 14th, 2025 as Terry Fox Week in St. Mary's. I'm willing to move that proclamation. Moved by Councillor Lucas, second is by Councillor Luna. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried. And finally, our third proclamation is that September is officially recognized internationally as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and that cancer in children affects aspects of their physical, emotional, and social development, as well as their family and school life, effects which research show are long-lasting, and that Child Can raises awareness and funds to provide personalized, responsive, and compassionate programs and services to families facing the childhood cancer journey from diagnosis through treatment, post-care treatment, or bereavement, and that Council for the Corporation of the Town of St. Mary's hereby proclaims September 25th, 2025 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in St. Mary's. Someone willing to move that proclamation? Moved by Councillor Craigmile, second by Councillor Alward. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Okay, moving on to 8.5 Corporate Services. Mr. Kittmer, please.
First time ever being a Director of Corporate Services, so this is kind of new for me. So as I mentioned in an earlier report, just so that Council and the public is aware, we do have a vacancy in our Director of Corporate Services position right now. So our transition plan is to have our Finance Manager, who's Spencer Steckley. He is our Acting Treasurer. Economic Development, again, is being overseen by Kelly Deeks Johnson, who is our Tourism and Economic Development Manager. And then the third portion of that portfolio is Communications, who is also currently short of staff. So Lauren Thompson-Vernoy is our acting communications team lead, and so she's leading all things communications related. In relation to the monthly report, there's just a couple of interesting points I want to point out for council. So today was the go live day for our new corporate website. So when you go to townofstmarys.com, you'll see that it has a different look and feel. Everything should be working as it was before, but if you do come across a broken link, please let us know and we'll make sure that we have it fixed. The goal of the new website is ultimately to make it fully accessible, but I'm going to be completely transparent with council that as of today, it's not. Staff did their best to transition everything over, but because many municipalities are transitioning their website with this specific provider, we were given a firm hard go live date. And so we've met that, and we'll continue to work on accessibility as we move forward. But as you navigate it, you'll notice that it looks much more modern. It's much, I think it's easier to navigate, and it's a better look and feel. In terms of events, I wanted to point out that we've delivered a number of successful events over the last few months. And in September or October, you'll have the Tourism and Economic Development Manager return to you with just a debrief on those events and just I think a critical analysis of Heritage Festival and the way we deploy it today and some ideas on how to improve it for the future. And the focus would be not so much making it just a one-day event, but try and spread it out over a month so that there's more smaller pop-up events so that the community continue to experience our heritage and culture, but also just gives us other opportunities to bring in more tourists. I think there's one other thing, but it is escaping me right now, so forgive me on that. That's all I'm going to provide in this monthly update, but if you have any questions, I probably won't be able to answer them on the spot, but I'm happy to take them away and do my best.
Okay, any questions from council? I will say you're doing better as corporate services than when you were the fire chief, actually.
I was a terrible fire chief.
Actually, any questions with regards to the corporate services? Okay, we'll wait for updates on on the website, but thank you for that. So the suggested motion would be that COR 29-2025 August monthly report corporate services be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Lucas, second by Councillor Alwyn. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried. The next item is with regards to the St. Mary's Mobility Capital Request number 2, and our acting treasurer, Mr. Steckley, please give your report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Through the mayor, the report before you is a subsequent request from St. Mary's Mobility. They're requesting additional funding to cover emergency repairs to one of their vehicles to support the uninterrupted delivery of services. As you'll recall, there was a similar request from last month. The town receives provincial gas tax funds each year to the tune of $160,000 for this year that are allocated to assist St. Mary's Mobility operationally, as well as to help cover capital costs, such as the cost of new and used buses, or major capital repairs such as this one. Historically, St. Mary's Mobility has been able to secure external funding through grants or donors to help offset these capital costs, and therefore this request represents a limited but necessary exception. Given the reserve fund balance is projected to be approximately $533,000 at year end, staff are recommending that the funding request be approved from the Provincial Gas Tax Reserve Fund. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions with regards to this request? I can say I've been attending the mobility board meetings, and they are starting to do an analysis. They had a study done with Fanshawe, as council's aware, and they're doing analysis of their vehicles. Andre had assisted, and I believe Spencer as well, in terms of mapping out some plans for them, and they are trying to upgrade. This is a stopgap measure for now, and they are starting to look at replacing some of their fleet in a fundraising campaign. So they're getting caught up. So, okay. Anything further? Okay, so then the suggested motion is that COR 30-2025, St. Mary's Mobility Capital Request number 2 report be received, and the council approved the funding request of $5,828.70 for repairs, capital repairs to St. Mary's Mobility Service to be funded by the Provincial Gas Tax Reserve Fund. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Luna, seconded Councillor Pridham. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you for that, Spencer. So now moving on to the wastewater treatment plant debt update.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so the following report outlines the recommendation to formalize the remaining financing on the wastewater treatment plant project. As the upgrade is nearing completion, staff have estimated the cost for the project at about $10.6 million, with funding being provided from 2 main sources, those being wastewater rates, so user fees, and development charges. External debt of $5 million was previously secured and approved by council to help offset the lack of funds in the wastewater development charge reserve fund. The second piece of funding proposed was to internally borrow from the PUC reserve fund, given the insufficient balance in the wastewater reserve. By internally borrowing, there's a twofold approach allowing the wastewater reserve fund to build back up to a positive balance. It's currently sitting at a negative balance, while providing the PUC fund with a steady investment return to continue to fund community initiatives, such as our community grants. Therefore, staff are recommending council formalize the internal debt of $3 million from the PUC reserve fund at 4.5% with a 15-year amortization and annual payments of principal and interest of approximately $279,341 to be funded by the wastewater rates. Happy to answer any questions on this.
Okay, thank you for that report. Questions from council? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll put the motion on the floor then that COR 31-2025 wastewater treatment plant debt update report be received, and that council approve the borrowing for the wastewater treatment plant project as follows. $3 million from the PUC reserve fund to be paid annually from the wastewater department. Term is to be 15 years, interest is to be 4.5% per annum. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Craigmile, seconded. Councillor Lucas. Any discussion? Councillor Luna.
Thank you, Worship. So I just want to understand this. So there's currently 33.7 million in the PUC fund. We're taking 3 million out, so leave 700,000, correct?
That's correct.
And the 140,000 that earns per year, will that be paid back by the 4.5% interest? It will cover it. Okay, that's all I wanted to be clear about. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yep.
We're going to generate an investment return based on this borrowing. So we should be getting pretty close to that amount. Now, the other 700,000 is in investments right now, so that's earning a return as well, separately.
We're not losing money.
We're not losing money.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, seeing nothing, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. Okay, thank you for your presentation, Spencer. Moving on to 8.8, August monthly report, building and development. Mr. Brower, please.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. You see my report in front of council. Three things I want to bring to council's attention. One of them being that we are seeing more interesting applications for ZBAs or zoning bylaw amendments and minor variances. We have a plan advisory committee coming up in September with one of these applications. They have not been deemed complete yet, but it's been some of the conversations what we're talking about previously in council the previous number of years. We're talking about smaller subdivision of parcels, more intense, or I shouldn't say more intense infill, but more infill, tiny, smaller lots, smaller houses, that sort of footprint that you're going to see coming in front of council. So that message is starting to get out there that we are open to development, no different than what we're seeing today. So we'll see some of those applications come forward that they will be in front of council. Next one would be that the CIP funding, it's maxed out. We have allocated 100% of the CIP funding for this year. We don't have any other applications in the queue. If we do, and if they align with council's strategic priorities, we will bring those to council for some additional funding. With the CIP grants, 8 of the grants have been for housing, and 5 of them maxed out on 10,000. So there's some good uptake as far as when we're talking about infill housing, some of that intensification, when we're talking about ADUs and such. The third piece is the chart that I included. There's been also lots of communication, lots of discussion, lots of verbiage around what is affordable, what is not affordable. So the province just dropped this latest chart. There is a link there that tells you what the definitions are, because the definitions are very strict on the definitions are within the link. The reason I want to include the definitions is because of how they separate each of those items out. But it's quite interesting how I included when you start drilling down on what each of them means. But when you talk about affordability, because we also always get that question: what is affordable, what is not affordable? And here it is all here in front of council. Again, if you can go to the link, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to help them. Answer them. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Brower? Grant, what about the CIP? I mean, this is the second or third year in a row we've maxed it out. Is staff going to be suggesting an increase, or like? And it's interesting that part of it is housing related, because people might not necessarily see that, right, as part of our strategy. So
correct.
So I guess I just want to get a sense of how you feel the program's going, and whether you're going to be asking council for more money in budget time, or what are your thoughts on the program?
So
you're on. Yeah.
Thank you. So there are some challenges with the program. Now that I'm dealing with the program myself, I see some of the challenges with the program, some of the chinks in the armor, and I'm trying to work out some of those bugs. As you know, we are working on a new CIP to bring forward. We're helping to get rid of some of those some of that red tape, so to speak, because as much as there's red tape for the applicant, there's a lot more red tape for staff. We want to try and avoid that. So that's one of the things we're working on. What I would expect, we're not going to ask for a budget increase this year on the CIP, because we've always told council, we always had that relationship to council, let's allocate this to 75. If there's more projects that come on, we'll deal with that on a one-by-one basis to establish the merits of those applications. With the amount of things that we do have going into the CIP for once the new CIP comes in, that's going to be a lot different on how that looks like, because now we're talking about affordable units, not affordable units, but land, all of those other items when it's not just money anymore. So that will look a lot different probably for 27 and not 26. Will we deal with it in 26? Probably at the tail end. Yes, we will. But the way we're working it within my budget cycle, things are not going to change. I'll bring it forward to council when and if the time is necessary.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? All right, thanks for your report. I'll put a motion on the floor. Then the DEV 23-2025 August monthly report, building and development report be received. Someone going to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Pridham, seconded. Councillor Craigmile. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. All right, item 8.9 with regard to the zoning bylaw amendment. Mr. Brower, could you introduce this, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we just had a statutory public meeting. Mr. Stone does have a report prepared for council and to have more discussion about this now that the statutory public meeting has been completed. Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. I won't spend a lot of time going through the report. We just had a long public meeting, and you have the report in front of you. But I think, if there are any questions, happy to answer those. But maybe it would help just to briefly speak to some of the issues that have been raised. I would say, in listening to the comments today and what we've reviewed up till now, most of the issues have been addressed, or importantly, will be addressed at the detailed design stage. So there will be a future site plan application. And in fact, there will be a future consent application. But the detailed design through the site plan application will be where many of these issues will be finally addressed. The vast majority of outstanding matters related to the functional servicing report have been addressed. But and I think this was mentioned earlier, as I understand it, the applicant is working with town public works staff with respect to a few minor items to sign off on the final functional service report. And again, the site plan application, as you know, will address matters as including servicing connections and requirements, landscaping, tree compensation, grading, drainage in a very detailed manner. With respect to concerns regarding traffic on Kane and the slope, as you know, a number of mitigation measures have been proposed. Discussions, I can tell you that discussions with the applicant and their traffic engineer and public works staff is ongoing, as it is recognized by everyone that the best possible solution to this matter is everyone's goal. And again, these measures for Kane Street will be refined and implemented through discussions with staff at the site plan approval stage. Lastly, trees have come up a few times because there will be a number of trees removed. Just for your information, the OP does not identify this area as a potential significant woodland. And the arborist report provided by the applicant has determined that there are no species of trees of significance. But significant compensation will be required through replantings. And I'm happy to hear today that the applicant has been having some discussions with neighbors about that. So I just wanted to address a few of those issues. I'll leave it at that. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Craigmile.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mark, because what we heard here at the what we heard today from the public meeting was virtually no different than what we heard at the PAC meeting. And I'm a little bit, I'm just wondering, because today is really just about the zoning bylaw amendment change, where you're going to do everything else at the, later on when the town, everybody's involved in getting the site plan together. So I'm not sure why we're not just approving the zoning bylaw amendment today.
Yeah, so it's a fair question. And in fact, I would build on what you said. I think you said something to the effect that the issues or items that were addressed at PAC are the same today. I would say there's been progress since the
Yeah,
PAC meeting.
absolutely.
By the applicant. Just wanted to emphasize that. Our protocol, like a lot of municipalities, is for after a public meeting, especially on a more substantial application, to have that taken back by staff and then come back with a new report. Some municipalities will go right to approval the same day. If council's considering passing the bylaw today, I mean, I can speak to that. I think there's a lot of good work that's been put into this development proposal. I think they've made a good effort to provide a transition from surrounding residential. I'm of the opinion that the parking provided, while I think we'll work at the site plan approval stage to see if we can get another space or two. I believe their parking, what they're proposing to be provided in the rate is appropriate and reasonable. Again, we have site plan approval where a lot of the detailed matters are going to be addressed. This application provides intensification, it provides housing, it's going to provide 3 affordable housing units. So generally speaking, I think this conforms with the OP provincial policies, and I have looked at the zoning regulations, and I think they're appropriate. They're in keeping with modern standards for this type of development. But there are some outstanding issues, and that's why my recommendation was to go back and come back with a final report on this. So sorry for the long answer, but I think it's an important question. I just wanted to give you my view on that.
I guess I'm a little not sure what the outstanding issues are on the zoning bylaw amendment.
I think, so back to what I said earlier, I think this is a good proposal. If council were to move forward with passage of the zoning bylaw, of course, it's council's decision, but I would not stand up and say, oh, this is the end of the world. I object. I think we do have a draft zoning bylaw. I think it represents good planning. I think it conforms with the OP. Good planning. Good planning will be the result of the zoning, with the understanding that we still have a consent application where there could be conditions of approval before that's even given final approval, and also, as I've said a few times, site plan approval. So. If council decides they wanted to move forward with the zoning, I couldn't say that I have a reason to jump up and down and object, because I think we have a good proposal and a good zoning bylaw amendment before us.
That being the case, and I'm a strong proponent of minimizing the red tape if there's really no, I would like to move on behalf of to council that we go ahead and approve the zoning bylaw amendment that has been provided here.
Okay. I just want to check with our clerk procedurally. Would we do that at the end of the meeting, or you would do it all incorporate with this motion now? Councillor Craigmile suggesting a motion to approve the bylaw, but perhaps we would put that thing and then actually pass the bylaw at the end. I'll just ask the clerk to clarify that, please. That's how we usually do it, Jim?
Yes, Your Worship. I would suggest that down at the end in bylaw section.
And I was only, excuse me, Your Worship, I was only saying no because proponents and the owners are sitting here. That's the only reason I thought but we can wait till the end.
To get some feedback from the rest of council then where they're at in terms of Councillor Craigmile's suggestion. Actually, I'm not going to minimize your motion, but just if we can have a discussion first, and then just because procedurally that's how we do it. Councillor Lucas?
Thank you, through the mayor. I concur with Councillor Craigmile. this is the second time I've seen this application. It's a strong application. It checks all our boxes, what we're trying to attempt. This is not the last time this is going to come before us. It's still got to go through consent. It's still got to go through site plan. There's still a number of steps it has to go through. So for us to drag this on to another one so they can start the next process, I'm in support.
Councillor Alberg?
I'll echo Councillor Lucas and Councillor Craigmile completely. I think it just makes good sense.
Okay, any further comments? Councillor Pridham?
Just a reminder, I have pecuniary interest because I'm a Realtor. I'm not voting on this. Okay.
Okay, I concur. In terms of a zoning bylaw amendment, I don't see anything, and we have, staff are aware of issues that have been raised, and I have confidence that they can be resolved at the staff level. That is what the province is telling us how they wanted to handle things. And I also think that this is an opportunity because this development checks a lot of boxes for the town, not only providing diversification, some affordable, as well as, you know, choice for people, and it's a good investment. I think this would be a good signal by this council to show that we're open for business and anxious to have development in this community. So I support Councillor Craigmile's notion that we approve the zoning bylaw amendment today. Anything further? No? Again, I'll defer to my clerk how we're going to handle this procedurally, just so I'm clear, because everyone knows how many mistakes I make.
Your Worship, I'm just drafting a resolution for you. I think it should be a separate one, simply because of strong mayor powers. You do have 48 hours if you decide to veto this decision. So that is why I'd recommend it's a separate resolution. If you want to consider the first one, and if you would just like to get this out of the way now so that the applicants are aware of the decision. We don't have a specific bylaw section on this agenda today. We only have the confirming bylaw left for you, so I leave it up to you.
Okay, I'm comfortable. No one's ever accused me of being strong, so I'm comfortable of moving this forward with the first paragraph, and then if Councillor Craigmile is okay to hold it until the confirming bylaw, and I'll ask you to move it then, if everyone's okay with that. Okay, so then I would, sorry, Mark, was there anything else you wanted to add?
No, nothing. The only thing I should briefly add is I was thinking about this since my comments, and I really don't see anything that would change in the bylaw before you. Even if we have some issues to work out in the next couple of weeks, I don't see any of those regulations that are in the proposed site-specific zoning bylaw that would need to be changed or could be changed because of some design issue. So I just wanted to provide that additional information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brower, did we miss anything?
No, but, so Mr. Stone and I, we talked a little earlier.
Okay.
If this is council's intent, so it's basically been our policy to give that weight, give that breath, right? To, hey, let's go back because we don't know how many people are going to show up. If this is the new way we're going to do things, we'll prepare things differently on our side to be prepared for this more often, to make sure that we're not caught on our heels. Staff's caught on their heels and everybody else, but we'll prepare to lean forward on other plan applications in the same manner.
Sure.
From what I see here.
Yep, that's a fair comment. I think to Councillor Craigmile's comments, the two comments we received today, there was no one that showed up from the public, and the two comments were people who had already provided comment, and in my opinion, the applicant had addressed the majority of the comments that were made. Others were discussed at the council table, so I think we're well positioned. Okay. Okay, so again, I'll defer to the clerk. I'm going to put the first on the floor, and then when we get to the confirming section, we'll include the bylaw then. Okay, so then, unless there's anything else, I'll put a motion on the floor that DEV 24-2025 application for zoning bylaw amendment Z02-2025 by Baker Planning Group, Inc. for Group 40, Inc. and Grace Community Church for 11 Kane Street and 16 Hillside Court be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Lucas, seconded by Councillor Alward. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you both for your reports. Moving forward then to Community Services Monthly Report. Ms. Ishii, are you with us?
Sorry, yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, we're jumping all over the place today, so just want to make sure you're ready. Yeah.
Sure, well, I'm trying to follow along, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Okay, Steph, yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, just a quick update. I know our report is quite long with community services. So just a few highlights for community services specific. Doors Open did happen in August this year, which was a little bit of a change, but there was a number of participants that participated. The numbers were larger this year, roughly 300 people, 300 visitors were over visiting many of our sites, which was very positive. Our ice rink is operational as of yesterday. We have a rock rink in only our one ice rink at this time because we still have our summer camp happening on the blue rink, but programs did resume on the ice surface started yesterday. So we have summer and winter going on all at once here at the PRC. Just an update on the pool. So things are progressing quite nicely. I don't know if anybody's come up and checked it out. The scaffolding is supposed to be being removed by the end of this month. We have received, DEI has submitted mechanical and electrical condition assessments that we're going to be reviewing as staff in the next little bit. And DEI is also completing pool-specific condition assessments for startup as well, and they're going to be doing training on staff. Things are moving along. The timeline, we have been told, is still the same. So while we haven't published a specific date yet, we are still anticipating that we will be open this fall because things are moving along quite nicely. We still have lifeguard chairs to be replaced. Once the scaffolding is removed, the plywood will be removed off the floor. We'll be polishing the stainless in there. The tile deck will be fixed and polished, and all of that stuff will happen as well. So things are going along quite nicely right now. Just an update with the quarry. So as of the end of July, we were noticing a 12% increase compared to last year at the same time, which I reported in the last report. So numbers are still pretty good, except for today. Of course, today we're going to close a little early with the cooler weather. This seasons passes, I know we spoke at council a couple of years ago and we did implement a seasons pass for residents. They still seem to have a very slow uptake, but we will continue to offer this service. There's only been 15 seasons passes sold this year. I think last year we were in between 10 and 12. So it's gone up slightly. We did try to promote it, but we're just not getting a lot of uptake on it right now at this time, but we will continue with that program. New programs, so all of our departments are getting ready for our fall programming. There's a lot of new interesting programming that will be coming on deck for the core or for the senior services program specifically. Andrea will be gearing up for swimming lessons, all of those programs as soon as the pool opens, and staff training for the indoor pool because we're going to have a new slate of guards coming in. So a lot of our teams are working on that right now. That's a little bit of my overview. If anybody has any questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Stephanie? Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stephanie, can you just remind me, what is kind of the rough timeline of the pool opening? I've had 2 or 3 people recently ask me when that is coming, and I'm like, I think it's November, but I'm deferring to you.
So we have not publicized a specific date. So what we are anticipating is the contractor will give us back the site the end of September, where we will clean the inside of the pool in October, do training, fill our pool, chemically treat it, heat it, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And we will be ready for November 1st. Now, one part of me, that might be a couple weeks out. That's why I have not publicized a specific date. They tell us they're on track and on target, but you never know what will happen last minute. What if we try to start up the pumps and something goes awry? So that's why I haven't publicized a specific date. I feel very confident that we will open in November, but will it be November 1st or will it be November 12th? That's a little bit to be seen. So that's why I have not publicized a specific date yet. We are meeting regularly with the contractor and we're on site like daily. So we're really in touch with what's going on, but it's the restarting of the pool after having it closed for a year that makes us a little bit nervous, and there might be a few little tweaks that need to happen. Those are the types of things that might hold us up a little bit at the end. So yes, we will be open this year. It's just exactly what week, and that's why I haven't publicized any specific date. So send people my way. I don't mind if people are worried about registrations for swimming lessons, things like that. We're going to promote all of that stuff once we know better exactly what will happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Craigmile.
Through the mayor, Stephanie, last week I stopped in to see how they're making out with the ice surface, and it looked really good. And I was able to sneak in the back door by the aquatics, and how much brighter it was in there when I walked in through the change room with the new towels and the new paint and whatnot. So it did catch me right away. Oh, this is not as drab as it was. So that was good.
It is. So for anybody, come and have a look. It's much brighter. All of the brick has been painted. Everything is so much brighter than it was before. I'm glad to hear that you noticed that difference.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, thank you for your report, Stephanie. So I'll put the motion on the floor that DCS 50-2025 Community Services Monthly Report be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Pridham, seconded Councillor Craigmile. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to 8.11, Emergency Services. Chief West, are you with us? There he is. Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, all good.
Sorry, I was caught off guard where I went here, and I'm not sure if my camera's working properly here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and Mr. Kittmer for your support in honoring the service of Firefighter Lucas, Fire Prevention Officer Liverton, and Chief Anderson. It was a well-attended event, so thank you for your support. I appreciate that. September 1st, going forward, pleased to announce Captain Ryan Taylor as the new Deputy Fire Chief for St. Mary's. Ryan brings with him 30 years of experience on the suppression side. He's been key role in fundraising, and he's going to do very well in that role. So I welcome him starting September 1st, moving up the ladder. On the fire team standpoint, working on our SOGs. That's what I was working on as I was called upon. So I was working on SOGs, working on the 10-year fire master plan right now. I saw a gap as well. We weren't currently billing out on Highway 7 for car accidents. So we're trying that undertaking. So the clerk's office is working away on that one to get us enrolled there so we can start billing out to the MTO. So that would be some income that we didn't have before. Calls for the month, 19, year over year, we're up 12%, which isn't a surprise. It's basically the same growth as last year. The fire prevention officer side of things have been very busy. Through all the investigations and stuff, he had to do a report on 99 Peel Street fire. So events we went to, Touch a Truck, Wildwood Camp Day, Teddy Bear Reunion, we did the tank for them, and the Soccer Association, we filled the dunk tank for them. Training wise, we trained with Uniondale. We did pump ops, portable pumps from the river, Trout Creek, and we trained in the low slope rescue. All units wise for all our units have got through safety and maintenance. Other than the ladder truck has a water leak that we need to get fixed. So I was working on a vendor to come do that in the next week. And then after that's fixed, I need to take the ladder truck back to Sebringville. It's had an issue with its diesel exhaust fluid tank again. So that needs to be serviced. SCBA wise, we had a company come in and flow test the mass, check all of the SCBA equipment. They replace parts as required, and that keeps us up with NFPA standards for fire. Other than that, Your Worship, if there's any, through Your Worship, any questions?
Okay, thank you. Chief West, any questions from council? All right, thank you for your report. So the suggested motions that FD 10-2025, August monthly report, emergency services report be received for information. So I'm willing to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Luna, seconded Councillor Alward. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Chief West. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to human resources. Ms. Necto, please.
Thank you, Mayor Stratton. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going line by line through positions. Some have already been mentioned today. The one thing I thought I would draw to your attention, though, is a statistic, because a lot of people have asked me recently about resignations. So I pulled a bit of data just to let you know that in the first half of both this year as compared to last year, there was actually the same amount of resignations, so 12. And I would say that's probably average for an organization of our size. And the primary difference, though, between those 2 years, and I don't think this will be a surprise to anyone, is that in 2024, more of them were related to part-time roles, whereas in 2025, the majority have been full-time roles where people have left for advancement opportunities. So I just wanted to share that because I have had questions regarding that. The other thing I've been asked about is the general hiring, employment, not specific to St. Mary's, but just generally. And I would say that there are a lot more people applying for positions, generally speaking, not just to the town, but so we're doing well in that area. Otherwise, though, the report is self-explanatory, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you for your report. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you. Seeing nothing, I'll put a motion on the floor that HR 11-2025, August monthly report, human resources report be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Pridham, seconded by Councillor Craigmile. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Moving on to 8.1.3, Public Works Report. Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief as well. The report is there. Just a couple of touch points. The remnant recycling fees for the industrial, there are changes. The Ministry of Environment is presenting amendments to the PRO program, so we're going to be delayed on that report. BRA has given us some numbers, and Dave is budgeting for the worst case scenario, but hopefully it's better than that. Jim might have more up-to-date information, but I think it's just a hurry up and wait scenario. It's probably somewhere like November, December before we could report back on that. They did let us know about the solid waste contract. We're in an auto renewal year over year. That's for the wheelie bin waste collection. And it's going to use September CPI all the way till 2032. And then we got news about the salt buy that we participated in historically with the county. Looks like about a 3% increase fixed for the next 5 seasons. And then we also do like a group trucking procurement, so we're all using the same hauler. Other than that, I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions with regards to Public Works, Councillor Luna.
Thank you, Richard. Jed, recently I was up on the Grand Trunk Trail Bridge, and it's kind of looking neglected, in my opinion. The railings are rusting, the name plaques of donors, half of them are missing, half of them are broken. They just don't look good. There's moss growing along the edge of is there a plan to keep that bridge up?
Through your worship, I think the last time we painted it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. We didn't do a full sandblast paint restoration of the railings. So we just did a kind of local containment wire wheel and painted it up. The plaques are problematic as they don't know where the donor records are. So I don't know if anyone really thought about that long term. And then as for the boards and things like that, we just replace those as required. It comes down to kind of an occupier's liability issue, but we do try and keep it in a state of repair. I'll have to go up and take another look at it. I haven't been up there for a while, so that's good to know.
Good.
Are there?
Sorry.
So you're saying there's no records of the donor plaques? Like we have no way of knowing which ones are missing? That's kind of a problem.
Yeah, through worship, I'd have to discuss with Amy and see if they have something at the museum for that. I haven't seen anything.
Because a lot of them are just gone completely, and a lot of them are broken off, and yeah, it's just kind of not very nice looking up there.
Okay, so Jed will report back. Councillor Craig, you have something?
Yeah, thank you. Jed, you're exactly right on the BRA. There's a lot of changes yet to come, and they don't know as far as costs. So I think you're wise using the worst case scenario, and it'll probably end up being less than that, I hope. Now that I've said that, excuse me, Jed sent us, or not Jed, Brent sent us some correspondence yesterday, and it was related to the West End corn stand up at Graham's. And I think I can say ever since I was a kid, so well over 60 years ago, I remember being there. So me personally as a resident was extremely upset. So I did pursue to, since maybe last week, Wednesday, Thursday, I've made 7 or 8 trips to the corn stand, and the most vehicles I ever saw there was 2. One was just pulling away, another one there. But there was more than 2 meters more road room on with the 2 vehicles there on the road than there is on my own street on Meadow Ridge Drive any day of the week, because cars parked on both sides of the road and whatnot. So I can understand there could be a sign issue, but that's an easy remedy to move the sign back. The little things that, and I think I'm a lot more upset than Scott Graham is, to be quite honest with you, mainly because it's been there forever, and there's 8 to 12-year-olds looking after you, looking for entrepreneurship, learning how to make change, talking to adults, yes sir, no sir, thank you ma'am, things like that. But I understand that if there's issues, there are issues, as long as we're treating all residents the same in the town of St. Mary's. So earlier in today's, we had something about motorhomes parked in the front of driveways, but it seems like one person complains and this gentleman's got to move his vehicle, and I don't think that's right. If you were to sit there and tell me today that you've talked to another corn stand that happens to be right on Queen Street with a sign a foot away and whatnot, and you've had those discussions, then I might believe something. I mean, I'm going to take it even a step farther. I'm thinking, boy, should we put an ad in the paper saying that little boys and girls can't put curbside lemonade stands out in front of their residences anymore? I mean, I'm not sure where this is going, and I never saw any of the complaint forms or anything like that, but when I typically drive towards my place and I'm on Queen Street and James and I'm making the corner and I look at this tower, the old water tower, and I see the town worth living in, for some reason, I'm not feeling that way anymore. So I just think if we're doing something, I think we should be treating everybody the same way. And I don't think just one complaint, we should point a finger at somebody and make them the culprit. So I don't know how other people feel about it, but I'm not very happy about these sorts of things.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from Councilor Luna?
Thank you. Just a quick question about the crossing guard situation at Holy Name. Has that been resolved, Jed?
Through your worship, council will be receiving a report September 9th. I can give you a quick summary, but it'd be further consideration. Yeah, they have decided to internalize the crossing guards in the short term. And then the longer term, they're looking for some physical changes to the traffic controls on Egan, and they're willing to fund that. But that will be in front of council on the 9th for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, thank you for your report, Jed. I'll put the motion on the floor that PW 40-2025 August monthly report, Public Works report be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councilor Alward, second by Councilor Pridham. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. All right. Thanks, Jed. So moving on then to number 9, which is councilor reports. I know a lot of committees haven't met in the summertime, but I'll just we'll just go around the table if there's something that and the councilors want to update. I'll start with Councilor Craigmile, if you would, please.
Thank you, Worship. So at Blue Water Resources, we had an update last Thursday morning of just a 5-minute Zoom. And there's a lot of things yet to, so it sounds like there is some conversation where maybe some of the IC&I will be picked up, but no more than 2% of the total number of lifts. And typically in BRA, it's 3 to 4%, so you have no idea where that's going to go. And only 1 container per lift, and some places have 3 or 4. So, I mean, there's just still a lot of questions to be asked, and only 1 95-gallon container. However, if they expand the blue box and more materials trying to get it, you might need larger containers or more than one. Anyways, there's just a lot to be determined yet. So it's there's not much more I can say there. And there has been no other meetings, although the Lincolns do have a meeting tonight at 7 o'clock, which I'll attend. But I did ask Jenna today, and she was very happy to tell me that the Lincolns have received their lottery and the ball is in their court now to follow all the rules.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilor Luna?
I've only had one meeting, and that was the Perth County Municipal Association, and we've decided the menu, the speakers, everything's in place for the November get-together. That's it. Oh, have we received the invitation to pass out to people? Oh, because I thought it had come, oh, okay. Okay, so that'll be coming.
Okay, and the date is in November 19th, is it?
19th.
19th, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so just if council wants to mark that. Thank you, Councilor Luna. Councilor Lucas?
Thank you. I've just had one meeting. It was a heritage meeting, October 13th. The majority of that meeting was to deal with heritage grant applications, which, as noted, we've run out of money on that side of things as well. So there was one application that we actually can't fund at this point. So again, I think it's great to see people that have historical properties and in the downtown that are putting money into those. So I'm happy to support that, and I'm sad to see that we've run out of money.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pridham?
I really have nothing to report. No meetings this month.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. The BIA did have an emergent meeting on August 18th. It was very short, just to discuss the fact that Sue Hyatt is no longer an eligible member of the BIA. So, and I guess I will just say here and now that she was an absolute asset. She was very energetic, brought a lot of her experience and her long time served on the BIA. So true thank you to her. And in fact, she's such an asset, we'll be retaining her services as treasurer until the end of the term. And that's just at a small fee, $100 a month. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I will say that I did spend 3 days in Ottawa for the AMO conference, which is quite interesting. And the recurring theme from several sessions I went was that the province is now over 16 million people, that they've experienced rapid growth the last 3 years. Over 1.2 million people have moved to the province. The other thing is that for every one person that leaves the GTA, 2 are moving in. So the growth is intensified in various areas, and I think it will affect our grants and our strategy going forward, because a lot of places are busting at the seams, and we don't necessarily realize it. And, and we have been quite frustrated in a lot of our grants submissions and so forth. But I think we're going to have to be strategic going forward, because I think there's certainly areas that are experiencing exploding growth. And sometimes, unfortunately, when you are strategic and somewhat cautious with growth patterns, it seems to work against you these days. So I think some of the things that we're doing, like today with the trying to move things ahead, will help us in future with grant applications. So that was kind of the message there. Anything further with committees? Okay, so then I'll put a motion on the floor that the committee and board minutes listed under agenda items 9.1 to 9.1.18 be received, and the verbal updates provided by council representative on those committee and board meetings be received. So I'm going to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Craigmile, seconded by Councillor Luna. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. I have nothing under emergent or unfinished business. Item 10, I have nothing under notices motions. Item number 12, upcoming meeting, September 6th, which is our budget engagement at the Farmers Market. September 9th, regular council. September 16th, strategic priorities, and September 23rd, regular council. Any other meetings anyone wants to mention? Okay, which leads us to 13.1, if you will, with regards to the bylaw. The bylaw was circulated by our clerk with regards to the zoning amendment today. So I'll put the following motion on the floor. That council approves zoning bylaw amendment Z160-2025. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Craigmile, second by Councillor Lucas. Is there any discussion with regards to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Which leads us to item number 13, which is our confirmation bylaw, and I'll put the following motion on the floor. That bylaw 48-2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of August 26, 2025 regular council meeting, be approved by council. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Luna, seconded Councillor Pridham. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. And finally, I'll put a motion on the floor that this regular council meeting be adjourned at 2:55 p.m. Moved by Councillor Luna, second by Councillor Craigmile. All those in favor? The motion's carried. Thank you. That was a lot today. We'll discuss that format going forward. But